Hello, everyone. Thank you all again for being here. It is a great pleasure for me to host the in-person day of the Symposium Childhood, Youth and Ecological Imaginaries here at the Senate House. So personally, I believe yesterday was a real success. I don't know, I told that for myself. Each contribution was engaging and closely aligned with the idea I initially had in mind on post-human childhoods. The two panels brought together a range of compelling themes, moving from the Italian literature to non-humanity, queer and gender studies, and ecofeminist perspectives, and ultimately highlighting the pedagogical role that literature and more broadly cultural production can play within ecological discourse. Um, I would like to thank once again yesterday's speakers for their wonderful presentations, as well as my chairs, Carolina and Pablo, for leading the panel so effectively. Today we will have two more panels with a 30 minutes break in between. We are scheduled to conclude the final panel at 4:30. And after a short break, we will be joined by Viola Di Grado, who will be in conversation with Olga Campofreda and myself. The day will conclude with a final reception at 6:30. And that's it. A quick reminder that I have booked a space for us at 8:30 at the Fitzroy Tavern, which is less than 10 minutes walk from here. I believe that's everything. I will now give the floor to Elena Sottilotta, University of Cambridge, who will chair the first panel for today. And thank you all again for being here.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, thank you very much to Marco for bringing us together. Yesterday it was a fantastic first day, and I'm very happy to open today's panel with our first speaker, Claudia dell'Uomo d'Arme from the Université Paris Nanterre. Claudia holds a PhD in comparative literature from Sorbonne Université and is currently a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Paris Nanterre with a project on the cartography of marginal and emergent subjectivities, practices, and knowledge through a discursive analysis of institutional and academic productions. In addition to university teaching, she has participated in numerous international conferences and published essays on contemporary literature. By engaging modern critical perspectives and focusing on the relationships between ethics, philosophy, performance, and theater, her research aims to question creative writings, environments, and agency arising from against the exploiting Western thought and its dominant binomials of power, such as nature and culture, body and language, woman and man. So thank you, Claudia. I will now hand it over to you, and Claudia will be joining us remotely.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you for welcome my speech. I will not waste time, so I will try to share my screen, and let's start the presentation working. Just tell me, your reception is fine for now, or?
It's fine. It's perfect.
Okay, thank you so much. So, becoming a little light towards a revolutionary tiny fairy ethics of care. So, with this paper, I will propose you a journey, in some way evocative one, between the relation that go towards literature and childhood landscape, as well as ecological critical imaginaries. So I will start by waving that the term ecological will be doing some estranging as transformative and metaphorical work here. So I will not approach it as a scientific background, as a writing on nature, or even as an Anthropocene patterns or specific aesthetics. So I will approach it staying with a concept that we will explore, issued from Rosie Braidotti's vision of a feminist, but not only, of course, not humanism perspective, in which ecology overlaps ethics and both operates as a figural and multiple body which endorses a sustainable ethics of interrelations with all that lies. This point of view, of course, expresses while encompasses an ontology of interdependence, where the living, the dead, the human, and the more than human, all the lively corpse, from the bacteria to the rocks, are bound by constitutive precarity, fragility, and vulnerable conditions as species, rather than by a simple environment of shared logical organization. So my way into this kind of displacement that I propose to you will be a literary one, but not only. I will also explore the Moresco short novel that was written in 2013 from ethical and more philosophical perspective. So for people who do not know this Italian writer, but I don't think so, Antonio Moresco is one of the more interesting Italian contemporary writer. And of course, we can label his writing with a sort of eco-literature inscribed in the context also of engaged narratives and critical ones. So the novel was translated into English by Richard Dixon as Distant Light, in which unfortunately we lose the time and child dimension that was enucleated firstly in the original title. Anyway, La Lucina, so Moresco Little Light incorporates all alone an opening and reflecting power spread by and into the creation of a micro universe within other universes in a sort of a multiplicatory extension of life rings in which natural, intimate, and spiritual, linguistic, and also imagining world coexist by letting all the fictional geography that was traced from the author mind into the book members the double presence of a child and a man. Indeed, I would like to argue that the whole novel does not just illustrate this kind of ethical, ecological environments, but it performs through writings a sort of overlapping of the bird as a figure, the child, which in the traditional novels is more treated as a theme than as a maieutic and heuristic point of view, as I would like to claim today. Also, within human sciences approaches, the child is often considered psychologically or just from biological studies, and also child is approached as a stage across or along human evolution differently. So my reading underlines how the child, who has no name in Moresco's story, is not just a thematic stance or a not yet evolved subjectivity that needs to acquire some kind of specific skills, but a true and genuine operational fleshy side through which the idea of an ontology of Zoe relationality, and here I refer directly to the Italian philosopher Adriana Cavarero, is fully exposed and displayed in a both radical and very poetic form. So, by dwelling on a concept that the post-human feminist tradition has reactivated by returning to a Greek distinction, the Zoe is opposed to the political stances of bias, names the impersonal relational fabric of life, in some way before its partition into some kind of individual political subjects. This Zoe is the primary energy of species that converge into a sort of a sustainment and evolution that is required by a mutual entanglement of all creators. Thus, I think that this pattern can crucially cross the Lucina's vital impulse, which engages to speak about a plural community of beings narrated, not as a sum of individual story, but as what we might call, after Caballero, a both narrative and narratable consortium. So, an infinite storytelling that holds together the history of humans and also the infinite creaturality of all that lies. Creaturalità, drawing on Dante's word, to which Moresco looked after in all his writings, names this movement, the literary form indeed, as a primary opportunity to tell a story and to make a laugh happening within these narrative bodies, can allow in some way and invoke the struggle and the resistance of a collective subjectivity, as well as for making visible, touchable, and audible the fragility of the unique. But the unique is some kind of sustainable consciousness, so that encompass body impulses, body desires, but also enucleates in some way the link between bios and Zoe. In this bounding, we can find a sort of ethical strength among Zoe subjects that can be interlinked reciprocally. In Morisca, La Lucina, the child is the singular figure in which this ontofragility coexists with peculiar gestures, such as reciprocity and care, listening and suspending, expanding. So the term is extracted from tracimare, dantesco, and transforming, trasumanar, always from Dante words. This double bind connection in meaning belongs to philosophy, of course, but also arts and practices, political ones, and can ground it into human species memory, the opportunity to survive within and inherently features of being in community. In this circle of productive resources, if under dominant structural force, the child is defined and perceived as the unskilled subjectivity, who must be mastered and, of course, protected by adult subjects. Differently, La Lucina child casts what the philosopher Judith Revel states by interpreting Foucault's idea of subjectivity. Then this figural child embodies, and I quote in translation Revel, a process by which an individual is constituted. Sorry, I lose the passage. So Revel states and writes a process by which an individual is constituted as a subject, but crucially in two directions at once, being subjected to power, norms, discourse, and actively forming oneself as a subject through practices on the self, such as practice de soi, ethics, care of the self. So this new child, a new subjectivity should correspond to what power doesn't fully program and stands as the unforeseen surplus, exactly the moment where a self, a consciousness, produce power relations and exceed in living and performing this biopower relation. That's why I think that this sort of uniqueness into life succeed in breaking the dialectical circle. And then the expanded expression does not reflect just a mirror image of this system of biopowers integrated into the subject creation and mastering identity, but allows a sort of unsubjectivity that resists for generating his or herself as something more than what power called for. So the child, under this angular perspective, incarnates the singularity that, by its constitutive vulnerability, submitted to power's balances between generations, at the same time and through some strength against the dominant and dominated individuals' strategy, imagine by exceeding into magical processing of reality. And then in some kind of salvification can let adults to go out the relational fabric that we constructed during modernity. So to make this claim more perceivable, I want to let Moresco text speak, and also within the analytical prism that some expert criticism has already opened on his system of thinking. So many lectures described in Moresco stance as a pre-Socratic movement that the author experiences and restitutes by being entangled within his writing and at the same time with the universe that rotates on a non-contradiction principle where light and dark, in and out, life and death coexist. So I will draw on the volume of essay Antonio Moresco, uno scrittore visionario, that was edited by Laurent Lombard and Davide Luglio in 2029, and especially on the readings offered by Benedetti and Voltolini. So I propose to you to read with me the very first lines of the novel. I have come here to disappear in this desolate and abandoned village where I am the sole inhabitant. I am watching the world about to be engulfed by the darkness. So a probably old man alone. It was imagined by Gregory Panaccione for his comics that was edited in 2024. This old man, all alone, stands in a deserted village in the mountains, in this no land cosmogonic environment. So watching the world being swallowed in some way, the character narrator seems to collapse as the world around him totally engulfed by darkness. So these collapsing movements enucleated in the proper economy of the tiny paragraph is enacted also by multiplied point of view performed by this human emblematic figure. It displays in a dialectical dimension and also by a troubling mise en abîme, the epistemic prototype of the modern subject, this self-efficient logocentric adult who has come here precisely to disappear by acknowledging that modernity, its tools and its categories to read the world, inhabiting it, and to interact with its forces, matches with the consciousness of a decay of human species as whole. So the collapsing movement of self-man individuality, self-efficient, not entangled into relation, but only mastering self, acquires another phase and join the, and I quote Benedetti, tracimazione universale. That's the planetary catastrophic scenario overlaps the modern subjectivity as a fragmented and ruined body under Moresco's lenses. And in this peculiar passage that is the introduction towards a very huge description of the natural landscape around the two characters, the old man and the child that he will encounters. In some way, Moresco draft and condense what can be defined the actual epoche as the ontological events of a planet that for the first time in human histories faces the possibility of disappearing under the weight of its own modification and decisions. So, critic Carla Benedetti has named the measuring structure of all Moresco's writing and vision with a precise Dantean's word, tracimazione, as I said before. So this overflowing, the exceeding, the floating over of life into death and back again, in which occurrences in all Moresco's texts are excessive in some way. So I need to mention that Moresco often declares that he rooted all his production into a both regenerative and corrosive dialogue with all Italian tradition, mostly with the more important authors of our language and culture. But of course, according to Moresco, the link with the writing of before and also with the traditional poetics landscape needs to be in a strict overlapping and reinterpretation of what bleeding medias and speaking device that arise from pains and discoveries of our times can tell us something about the genuine, real condition of all humans and all species. So at the moment, during Lucina's novel, the narrator, so this old man, thinks and asks himself, what light could that be? Who is switching it on? And many critics read this double question as the very pivot of the novel. What the light is and who is switching it on creates a doubling, querying relation that puts subject and object on the same level, as well as natural elements and human and animal ones. From the what of the phenomenon to the who and of an address, the double interrogation seems to draw in a miniature the entire architecture of the novel. So the little light will turn out to be a who, a singularity that calls out for and depends upon the statement of another, and immediately the narrator turns the question back on himself. Where am I? What I am seeing, even if no one apart from me in the whole universe knows it exists. The adult who came here to disappear discovers in front of this little light that is solitude as a structure. It is the structure of a modern self calling out for an address that is not yet there. This is exactly what the Italian philosopher Adriana Cavarero, building on Hannah Arendt's philosophic notion of birthing, labels the originary scene of what the political appears and let itself manifest. This human, fleshy, visible epiphany in which a single life becomes a singularity because there is another who sees it appearing, manifesting through real dimension of life happening. So listen to Arendt from Human Condition work that was written on 1958. With War and Deed, we insert ourselves into the human world. And this insertion is like a second birth in which we confirm and take upon ourselves the naked fact of our original physical appearance. So the naked fact of our appearance for the philosopher is the ground on which the political becomes, and then the ethical becomes possible, because it is there, is just appeared, as the appearing of Moresco's Lucina. And it is here that Cavarero takes up Arendt and pushes her towards what I might call an ethics of sustainability among each natality, each life, as a uniqueness that overlaps with a multitude within, among, through the vivant. So the political of the one migrates in the body of the geological vulnerability bestowed into another who sees the other one appearing and can hear its nativity as a manifesting occurring of life. So, as I said, the political is an ethical chance of caring about self and others in a life circle that is not constructed afterwards, but it is already there in the originary stage of birthing. So coming back to Moresco's novel, we follow narrator crossing the gorge and following the little light. And following this little light, I found that the idea conceived by the philosopher Agamben that called infancy, he described the condition of the human before the partition between speaker and spoken, before the burden of the mastery language, the dominant forms and frameworks of what can be considered the passage, the acquiring and transmitting passage of knowledge. So I find that the notion of infancy intersects precisely what La Lucina would like to explore. So as Voltolini said, still in the thick vegetation, a small stone house appeared, and and the narrator, the character of the old man, the narrator, stopped. Here it is. I found it. I told myself, my heart pounding, and there was a door, and it was open. Inside in the kitchen, there was a boy in short trousers, his head shaved, we can see in the image extracted from the movie of La Lucina that was made in 2018 by Fabio Badolato and Johnny Constantino, of course, in articulation with the author himself. So what the narrator finds exploring this thick vegetation is a bambino, a child. So this bambino child, this infanced creator, corresponds to the light itself. So in some way, the structure of all the encountering moment, that is, of course, the encountering of this luminous and maybe powerful opportunity to looking for other radical ethical stances allows a reflection about what could be repair and survive. And if I may borrow the Donna Haraway expression, how we need to face the condition of staying with the trouble. Maybe with this idea, it is possible to solve everything, and just with a concrete and material solution. So I quote quickly Donna Haraway: "Staying with the trouble requires learning to be truly present, not as a vanishing pivot between awful or Edenic pasts and apocalyptic or salvific futures, but as moral creatures entwined in myriad unfinished configuration of place, time, matters, and meaning." And I will add, within ecological imaginary that can be stressed and be performed also by narratives and literature and poetic imagination. So childhood, in this case, will be a sort of agentive site, the agent within our plural universes, at which the ontology of interdependence between the living, the dead, as we said before, the human and the more than human, is exposed in its most radical form. So I think that La Lucina performs this operation through a fairy tales that is not a regressive form, but a mode of a philosophical address, because the novel concretely unsettles adult rationality and makes a different way of being with others thinkable. So this perspective converges into La Lucina child figures, as we said, which is an ethical agent who barely trace and generates through some simple, careful actions for human sustainable surviving, and let us be accompanied towards a profound reflection of what can signify today to be and to make kin. So I come back and try to unfold Donna Haraway's concept of kin making. So Donna Haraway's concept expressed in the micro-essay chapter, Making Kin, within Staying with the Trouble, is a term that was thought by the author starting from the meaning of kin. So kin becomes a sort of a transformative transformative actions or multiple actions like kin making, odd kin, and multiple species kin, because they all propose a reconfiguration of educational, care, ethical thinking, and praxis through the strength of observing and performing, growing up processes among all the living beings. So I quote through a personal college of Araway text. We must make a kin because what we are is just make a kin by becoming with, composing with the earthbound. So my point, says Araway, is that kin should mean something other than and more than entities by ancestry or genealogy. So making kin is making persons
And
not
Claudia,
individuals or as humans. Yes,
I'm sorry, we only have 1 minute left. I'm sorry we exceeded the time.
of course, of course. I will go quickly
Sorry.
to. No, of course, I will go quickly to conclusions. So, but it is fine because I will. I was finishing. So, Don Haraway's quotes. So Haraway said, "Make kin." And note babies, how kin generate kinship, that is what matters. So in conclusion, I said that La Lucina child di Moresco is not a character, but precisely a philosophical and literary operation. So we can see this in how the encounter is structured, and so I try to exemplify within the narrative experiment. And if I may conclude with by quoting the text and coming quickly to what the child proposed within this Leopardian alliance of species, Leopardian in the sense of quoting Leopardi, of course. So at the end of the novel, the two characters remained side by side. Remains side by side for quite some time, not saying a word, while the little room grew warmer and warmer, so close to the fire burn. Time passed. It began to get dark. In front of the fire, which carried on burning new portions of the wood and of the world. "Why are you fixing up the little house?" He remained silent, looking into the fire. "That little house you are cleaning up, who is it for?" I asked again with a shudder. "For you," he answered. So the child prepared a sort of kinship by constructing very simply the materiality that is, of course, also the imaginative one, by repairing a new place for inhabiting together and close one by the other.
We have two
Thank
more
you so much.
papers. So thank you very much for this very rich presentation. I think we need to move straight to the next paper so that we have enough time for the discussion afterwards. So I'm very happy to introduce Julia Okolovic Zumowska. Thank you for being with us, Julia. Julia is an Italianist and a musicologist and a lecturer at the University of Warsaw and a managing editor at the Frédéric Chopin Institute. Over the years, her contributions appeared in a variety of peer-reviewed publications, including the special issue of Italianistica dedicated to Anna Maria Ortese. Rivista di Studi Italiani or Studi Pasoliniani, along with several monographic volumes. As a managing editor at the Chopin Institute, she supervises the poetry music series and Italy-related publications and translations. Her research focuses on the avant-garde artistic practices as well as 20th century Italian and children's literature approached from a post-humanist and post-colonial perspective. So thank you, Julia, for joining us today, and the floor is yours.
Can you?
Ok, perfetto. Adesso andiamo.
No.
Così e basta?
Devi condividere su Zoom.
Devo condividerlo su Zoom.
Quindi prima di fare questo vai su
Ecco,
Zoom e fai share.
Share. Lo so.
Esatto.
Raga, ce l'ho fatta.
Okay. Thanks so much, Marco. Thank you, Elena. I am really, really happy to be here and honored, to be honest. And Marco, thank you for bringing us together. Thank you for organizing this event, and thank you for your heart that is really visible in this conference and in this theme. And so I will. This is a brief presentation outline. I will start with an overview of the ethical thought of Anna Maria Ortese, highlighting her key concepts and concerns. Then I will pass to the introduction to the novel I would like to talk about. Then an outline of the theoretical framework for reading the novel through the lens of colonial ecological violence. Here I will include Homike Baba's concept of the third space and Zoe Jack's pursuant understanding of children and childhood, and then a brief analysis of the selected motifs in the novel within the framework I would like to propose, and then conclusions. The literary universe of Anna Maria Ortese is deeply permeated by the presence of animals, hybrids, and fantastic creatures, whom she includes among le piccole persone, the most vulnerable beings. Ortese is widely recognized as a representative of magical realism. However, beyond this poetic choice, her fiction, essays, and letters reveal a strong and enduring ethical commitment. In fact, her use of the fantastic serves to bring into focus what is most profoundly real: silenced histories, marginalized existences, and lives deemed unworthy of testimony. Ortese left behind a substantial body of writings, including still partly unpublished letters, articles, and interviews, that make it possible to give shape to and attempt a reconstruction of her ethical thought. Among particularly significant texts, two collections must be mentioned: Corpo Celeste and Le Piccole Persone. Here, two dominant strands merge in her thought. The first, strongly Schellingian and romantic, presents nature as an animate, unified whole, a vital force in harmony with the spirit. The second, even more pronounced, draws on the figure and thought of Francesco d'Assisi. It appears most clearly in Ortese's relationship with animals, shaped by a deep sense of respect and kinship with the smallest beings, and extends to her view of creation as a divine whole arising from a common source. Before moving to the main part of my presentation, I would like to briefly outline those central to the writer concepts in order to provide the necessary framework for my further analysis. In una sentenza della Corte di Cassazione, Ortese states that morality is, here I quote in the original language because there's no official translation. Then I will quote the novel. Talking about the novel, I will quote the translation of Henry Martin. Anyways, Ortese states that morality is solo e sempre la solidarietà di tutta la vita con tutta la vita. Moreover, in the essay Il secolo della crudeltà, she offers a particularly clear formulation of this view. L'uomo vive avulso dalla natura. In questa grande casa passa come un servo o un padrone, quasi mai come un figlio o un fratello. E invece tutto ciò che tocchiamo è meravigliosamente vivo, è permeato dalla sensibilità e dolcezza dello spirito che ha generato l'uomo. Un cavallo, un uccello, una farfalla e persino la vipera e l'orrido rospo non sono, in diversa maniera, meno rispettabili dell'uomo. According to Ortese, if morality presupposes the solidarity of all life with all life, that is, a kind of familial bond among all animated beings and non-animated ones, then immorality consists in the infliction of pain. Tutto ciò che dà del dolore a un altro è immorale. L'unica cosa giusta rispetto al dolore, che è immoralità totale, è toglierlo a chiunque ne stia soffrendo. Moreover, in Al rallentatore she writes: il dolore che do anche a un cane e di cui mi compiaccio mi ritornerà come un boomerang esattissimamente sul volto. Quindi non recare dolore mai, nemmeno a una pietra, e comunque non compiacersene. Avvertire tutti che la vita è uno e dove batti prova dolore, ma chi dà dolore poi lo vede tornare indietro. End of quote. This awareness of life as one and at the same time singular in its multiplicity becomes the guiding principle of Ortese's ethical commitment. It is especially in the writer's so-called trilogy of Beasts Angels, the novels L'Iguana, Il Cardillo Addolorato, and Alonso I Visionari, that the figure of the broadly considered other comes to the fore. The victim, namely the animal, the hybrid, or the animalized human, elevated to an epiphanic figure, lays bare the immorality of humankind and the suffering that, as Ortese writes, must ultimately be removed, va tolto. Today, Ortese appears closely aligned with eco-criticism, feminist thought, and post-human and ethical perspectives, and is indeed interpreted in this light by scholars such as Marco Ceravolo or Serenella Iovino, among others. Although the sublime ecology, as defined by Geno Pampaloni, was profoundly important to Ortese activists, as can be seen, for instance, in one of her unpublished letters to OF, this is Oriana Fallaci, in which she reacts to the vivisection of a live monkey conducted by a certain Professor White, an experiment witnessed by Fallaci at the University of Detroit. Towards the end of her life, the writer's engagement also extends to issues such as the death penalty, particularly in the cases of Joseph Odell and Scott Evan Moore, on whose behalf she publicly intervened. In my presentation, I would like to return to one of the very first Ortese's books, L'Iguana, published by Vallecchi in 1965. This, one of her most narratively complex novels, tells the story of Don Carlo Ludovico Aleardo di Grèce, descendant of the Dukes of Estremadura Aleardi and Count of Milan, known by the nickname Daddo, whom we meet on the eve of a journey abroad in search of a new estate. Daddo's travels ultimately bring him to a small island, Ocaña, inhabited by Don Hilario, the decayed Portuguese nobleman, his two brothers, the Fratelli Guzman, and Estrellita, a servant, and Iguana. The plot guides us to the final colonial epiphany, both anachronistically and universally intended, exposing the privilege of and violence inflicted by the main characters. In order to read the novel through the lens of the colonial ecological violence, I would like to introduce the key concepts to my talk. In post-colonial eco-criticism literature, Animals and the Environment, Graham Hagan and Helen Tiffin argue that the exploitation of human populations and the degradation of the natural environment share common roots, and that those roots are the imperial hierarchies of value which privilege the dominant over nature Western subject. From this perspective, colonial domination is not only a political and economic system, but also an ecological one, grounded in a worldview that legitimizes extraction, control, and environmental transformation as markers of progress and civilization. This logic is closely linked to Peter Singer's concept of speciesism, a form of discrimination that privileges human interests over those of other species, simply on the basis of species membership, often at the expense of non-human animals' capacity to suffer. Within Western culture, the very definition of the human has historically depended on the construction of the non-human. This is the wild, the animal, a distinction that has been used to legitimize invasion and colonization by casting indigenous cultures as closer to nature and animality. Homike Bhabha's third space, notion of the third space, describes a liminal, in-between space of cultural interaction where meaning and identity are not fixed but constantly negotiated. Rather than viewing cultures as stable entities, such as the colonized and the colonizer cultures, Bhabha argues that colonial encounters produce hybrid and disruptive forms. The third space can be thus understood as a site of translation, of ambivalence and transformation, a site where new cultural meanings emerge. As Bhabha underlines, it is crucial to, and here I quote, think beyond narratives of originary and initial subjectivities and to focus on those moments of processes that are produced in the articulation of cultural differences. Those in-between spaces provide the terrain for elaborating strategies of selfhood, singular or communal, that initiate new signs of identity. End of quote. Hybridity, yes, may arise from conditions of inequality, but it also enables the creation of new cultural forms that resist totalizing frameworks. The third space is therefore not merely a site of conflict, but also one of creativity, negotiation, and eventually subversion, as marginalized subjects can appropriate and reinterpret dominant narratives, challenging hegemonic structures. The character of Iguana, who in the novel goes by different names, is an elusive being who must be interpreted from multiple shifting perspectives. As a figure central to the novel, she embodies not only a possible representation of the colonized subject, but also of displacement and fragmentation. This instability is reflected in the multiplicity of forms and identities she assumes throughout the narrative, resisting any fixed or singular interpretation. For this reason, Iguana can be productively read through a posthumanist lens, which opens space for hybrid, fluid identities that blur established boundaries, put them into dialogue. Returning to the novel, I would like to focus on its most defining moments, ones that we can see as particularly revealing for understanding the entanglement of colonial violence and ecological disruption. During the walk along Via Manzoni, which opens the first chapter of L'Iguana, Daddo, in response to his publisher's friend's request for a story primitaria e anormale, first-rate and abnormal, replies, "What you need are the confessions of some madman. How about the story of a madman in love with an iguana?" End of quote. However, the protagonist immediately feels ashamed of his reply, for making fun of illness and the innocent lives of animals. Like so many Lombards, he felt enormous compassion for both, despite never having had anything to do with them. But in fact, without being aware of it, upon reaching the petrified lands of Ocaña, Daddo becomes the driving force behind the very story he had foreshadowed at his departure from Milan. That is, he himself becomes a madman in love with an iguana. The first encounter between Daddo and the beast takes place at the well, the future site of the protagonist's symbolic death. Daddo's surprise was tremendous. He had taken her for a shrunken old woman, but he was looking at an animal. In front of him was a bright green beast about the height of a child, an enormous lizard from the look of her, but dressed in woman's clothes with a dark skirt, a white corset, old and shabby, and a multicolored apron, clearly patchworked from the family's stock of rags. Beside her ingenuous little snout which was a sort of whitish green, she wore yet another dark cloth on her head. She was barefoot. These clothes reflected her master's puritanical spirit and were considerably in her way, yet she seemed quite capable of everything a housekeeper has to do, and of doing it with a certain speed. Immediately afterward, Dato realizes that the creature he has called Nonnina, little grandmother, is not even a full-grown girl. She was still a child iguana, no more than 7 or 8 years old, who looked aged and dry only because of the typically wrinkled features of her species and the general decline caused, no doubt, by carrying weights, constant serving, and who knows what state of savage loneliness, too much for any youthful creature, even a beast. Now she was animated by a joy that showed her for what she was. In fact, in the eyes of the protagonist, the iguana's physiognomy and age appear to be in constant flux. They elude his perception and never fully take shape. This also applies to the creature's true nature, at times malevolent, at times innocent, which is in fact the line of thought explored by Gian Maria Novi in his colonial reading of Iguana. But I would like to briefly focus on Iguana portrayed as a childlike figure. In fact, the child can be read as a site through which the tensions of colonial power are both enacted and destabilized, as a body that is at once governed and not yet fully governable. The child reveals the fragility of colonial hierarchies and the porousness of the anthropocentric dualistic categories. In this sense, the child does not simply reproduce colonial structures, but also holds the potential to unsettle and reconfigure them, particularly when read through a post-humanist lens that foregrounds hybridity and the dissolution of fixed identities. In fact, as Zoe Jacques states, and it's one of my favorite quotes, I must say, children themselves are always already post-human, operating in a constant tussle with their humanity, perched on a boundary line in the process of becoming supposedly closer to the animal, more fluid in outlook, aligned with unknown futures, both subjugated and enormously powerful. Children represent the not quite human. Moreover, Iguana exists at the intersection of nature and culture, a space that becomes particularly charged within the colonial context. The character's shifting ontology challenges the binaries imposed by colonial discourse, among which, as mentioned, the human/animal. In this sense, the figure not only reflects the violence and instability of colonial categorization, but also gestures toward alternative ways of understanding subjectivity beyond rigid anthropocentric frameworks. Interestingly, Iguana was not the first Orteza's literary portrayal of a little servant beast. The monkey named Anna dates back to a story published by the writer in the pages of Milano Sera on 21st February 1950 under the title Governante con coda rossa. The text later republished as La scimmia di Mindanao in l'alone grigio. It recounts the story of a family visit to Malta. The descriptions of the titular monkey, an ostensibly human being, recall the household's governess. We read, la sua forza era, dobbiamo dirlo, né femminile né umana. In L'Iguana, Anna Maria Ortese not only reprises the figure of the little servant beast, comparable to Anna, but also introduces the motif of the monkey, that the stay on the ominous island unfolds in the company of Don Ilario, a bibliophile, as well as the already mentioned owner of Ocaña. In his house, the protagonist discovers a portrait of Don Ilario's mother with a monkey on her shoulder. The monkey emerges as the object of Don Ilario's affection, and the narrative itself gradually suggests that the fusion between the monkey Perdita and the iguana is far from accidental. This mechanism, in addition to drawing Dato and Don Ilario into a parallel, allows for an expansion of the symbolic power of the beast itself, while also highlighting an oppression that persists across generations. The study of the novel's manuscripts and typescripts indicates that Ortese envisioned a further development of this nominal fusion. The iguana referred to in the novel also as Estrellita reappears, as noted by Andrea Baldi, under a series of variant names: Estrella, Estrellinha, dei Caraibi, Ligna, Linuccia, and finally Perdita. Estrellinha o Perdita? Sì, Estrellinha, ma Perdita o Perduta comincia ad apparire il suo vero nome. The encounter with Iguana becomes for Dato an epiphanic event that marks the beginning of his madness and metamorphosis. The rupture that occurs within the protagonist's universe brings into focus the dynamics of oppression within which Dato, for the first time, recognizes himself and his class affiliation. Towards the end of his life, he comes to the following conclusion. He felt his voyaging had all amounted to immobility, and now in immobility true voyaging was getting underway. Then he felt that these voyages are dreams and iguanas are warnings, that there are no iguanas but only disguises thought up by human beings for the oppression of their neighbors, and then held in place by a cruel and terrifying society. He himself had been product and expression of such a society, but now he was stepping out of it. This made him content. Moving beyond the logic of animalization, the novel invites reflection on its ecological implications. At the outset, nature, the island's terrain, is conceived as a set of resources available for purchase. The protagonist, a Milanese architect and bourgeois, this is Dato, arrives with the explicit aim of acquiring the land. Yet, as a result of his encounter with the child animal, his position becomes more ambiguous. As still a colonizer, still driven by quasi-salvific impulses, he nevertheless falls in love with it. The novel, therefore, does not merely expose mechanism of bestialization and the production of hybridity as outcomes of oppression. It also stages La rivolta dell'oppresso, made possible within a kind of Babayan third space in which established hierarchies begin to waver. And yet, nothing ultimately changes. Dato's death, one that may be read as an attempted Christological redemption of his class, paradoxically serves to reinforce its guilt. The once virgin island is transformed not only into a leisure site developed around the Piccolo Hotel, but also into a tourist attraction, the place where a Milanese bourgeois lost his life, having lost his head over the iguana. To sum up, the iguana's childlike condition resists both anthropocentric appropriation and colonial categorization, while simultaneously exposing the persistence of ecological colonial violence that underwrites the transformation of land, bodies, and lives into objects of possession. The iguana emerges as a prototype of those figures Ortese would later call le piccole persone, a figure rewritten, for instance, in the form of the Arizona puma in her testamentary novel Alonso e i Visionari. Even here, in such an early novel, one can discern a principle that would accompany Anna Maria Ortese throughout her life. This is non guastare I fanciulli.
Thank you very much, Julia, for this powerful reading of the title Iguana. So we will keep the questions for the end of the session, and we will move now to our third and final speaker, Nunzia Zevola, from the University of Toronto. Her paper brings us into a different but related exploration of hybridity and metamorphosis within children's literature. Annunziata Zevola è una dottoranda del Dipartimento di Italian Studies dell'Università di Toronto. Il suo progetto di tesi si occupa dell'analisi biografica, letteraria e storico-linguistica della produzione narrativa di anni vivanti e del suo contributo nel panorama letterario italiano. I suoi interessi di ricerca includono la letteratura femminile otto-novecentesca, la linguistica e la storia delle lingue italiane e la dialettologia. Ha pubblicato articoli su diverse riviste scientifiche, tra cui la Pirandello Society of American Journal e Italiano Lingua 2. È curatrice di un volume collettaneo di prossima uscita su rappresentazioni e interpretazioni della liminarità nella letteratura e nella cultura italiane. È ricercatrice dell'Osservatorio degli Italianismi nel Mondo e fondatrice, insieme a Eloisa Morra, del gruppo di ricerca Contemporary Italian Women Literature, dedicato allo studio interdisciplinare dell'autorialità femminile tra XIX e XX secolo. Lascio la parola a te.
No? Ok, eccolo, ci siamo forse. Sì, non c'è problema. No, ho fatto il risolto. Sì. Infatti, che la memoria mi assista.
Se vuoi ce l'ho qua.
No, tranquillo, infatti. Penso che si veda, penso che loro lo vedano.
Sì.
Ok. Dunque, allora, innanzitutto grazie Marco per aver organizzato il convegno e grazie mille Elena per la presentazione. Dunque, come Elena ricordava, vi porto leggermente più indietro rispetto ai primi contributi perché ci occupiamo di anni vivanti e come Elena giustamente ricordava, anni vivanti è la persona, è la scrittrice a cui sto dedicando la tesi e la vita in realtà. Insomma, non so quanto lei possa essere felice di questa cosa, quel di Torino, nel cimitero monumentale di Torino, ma tant'è. Dunque, per chi non la conoscesse, Anni Vivanti è una scrittrice di fine secolo, quindi tra XIX e XX secolo, tra 800 e 900. In realtà è una scrittrice italo-britannica perché nasce a Londra da madre tedesca e padre italiano. Ed è in realtà una scrittrice estremamente poliedrica, molto versatile, insomma ha toccato generi testuali veramente differenti nel corso della sua carriera letteraria. E il suo esordio in realtà inizia con una raccolta di poesie, di fatto, ed è l'unica raccolta di poesie che abbiamo nella sua carriera, tra l'altro accompagnata da una prefazione di Giosuè Carducci, mica poco. Come dicevo, insomma, si sposta tra generi veramente differenti, quindi abbiamo, non so, romanzi d'appendice, romanzi familiari, abbiamo anche letteratura un po' più impegnata, per esempio penso a Mea Culpa, che si occupa dei movimenti indipendentisti irlandesi ed egiziani nei confronti proprio della monarchia britannica, che in realtà era la sua patria, il suo paese d'origine. E quello di cui vorrei parlarvi oggi, in realtà, è, fatemi attivare il cronometro che così tengo d'occhio, è in realtà l'unico libro per bambini che lei scrive nel corso della sua carriera, Sua Altezza, che viene pubblicato nel 1923 per i tipi di Ben Porad, e su stretta indicazione di Anni Vivanti, in realtà cosa piuttosto anomala per un libro di bambini, viene pubblicato senza alcun tipo di illustrazione. E il sottotitolo che accompagna poi il volume, che è Favola Candida, viene inserito su insistenza dell'editore, che voleva appunto dare un'indicazione ai lettori del prodotto che si stava inserendo sul mercato. Dunque, in realtà il romanzo viene pubblicato nel 23, sarà poi ripreso nel 33 per i tipi di Mondadori con una profonda rielaborazione addirittura della trama, e stavolta Mondadori si rifiuta di pubblicare il libro senza illustrazioni, quindi verrà accompagnato da illustrazioni. Infatti quella che vedete qui sullo sfondo è presa dall'edizione del 33. E dunque la trama di Sua Altezza in realtà è molto lineare. Si tratta fondamentalmente di un viaggio incantato che due fratellini, Tina e Bobby, intraprendono all'interno di un quadro appeso alla parete del loro salotto, e insomma dopo varie vicissitudini riescono insomma a ritornare nel mondo reale, e oggi vi mostrerò in che termini. Diciamo che la matrice formale, il principio proprio generatore della narrazione è in realtà il linguaggio figurato, o meglio la concretizzazione, proprio l'attuazione di ciò che risulta figurato e metaforico nel parlato degli adulti, che in realtà è è un espediente, una strategia molto molto utilizzato nella narrativa per bambini non so, penso a Lewis Carroll con Alice nel Paese delle Meraviglie, o anche allo stesso Collodi con Pinocchio, non so, penso a Pinocchio a cui cresce il naso perché dice bugie, per esempio. Dunque diciamo che i primi capitoli del romanzo sono dedicati proprio ad accompagnare il lettore all'interno di questo meccanismo continuo di fraintendimenti tra il parlato figurato e metaforico degli adulti e le interpretazioni dei bambini. Quindi vi ho riportato un paio di esempi. Dove sta di casa il commendator Fadelli, bisognerebbe mandargli a dire che faccia uscire fuori il sole, perché papà ha detto ieri allo zio Camillo, adesso che è arrivato il commendator Fadelli, è lui che fa la pioggia e il bel tempo. Quindi il bambino si aspetta che il commendatore faccia letteralmente uscire fuori il sole. O ancora, ad Alassio è lì vero che si tengono nell'acqua i mariti, non te l'ha detto ieri lo zio Camillo, tu che ci tieni tanto a trovare marito, vai ad Alassio che forse lo pescherai. Allora, per poterlo pescare, il marito bisogna che sia dentro l'acqua, no? Ha senso. E in realtà i ragazzini, quando viene spiegato loro in realtà che tutte queste espressioni sono semplicemente espressioni, quindi non sono reali, non rispecchiano la realtà, arrivano alla conclusione che quando i bambini dicono una cosa non vera è una bugia e vanno puniti, ma quando le cose non vere le dicono i grandi, allora viene definito parlare, figurato, e va benissimo. No? Quindi diciamo che le primissime pagine si occupano di accompagnarci all'interno di questo meccanismo, che come dicevo prima è letteralmente il motore dell'azione. Perché in un giorno di pioggia, annoiatissimi, nel salottino familiare, i ragazzini si accorgono di questo quadro appeso alla parete, che non avevano mai notato, a cui non avevano mai dato troppo peso. E la ragazzina più grande inizia a pensare, questo è un quadro di un paesaggio, direi bucolico quasi, a poter entrare nel quadro. E questa idea le fa ricordare ciò che in realtà a colazione le aveva detto la mamma, ossia che per comprendere un'opera d'arte bisogna penetrarla, per trovare l'anima dell'artista, quindi per capire effettivamente il significato dell'opera d'arte che si ha di fronte. Di conseguenza, questo linguaggio figurato e metaforico dà l'idea alla bambina di provare ad entrarci nel quadro. Quindi troviamo tremando a lungo la mano, oh meraviglia, le sue dita non toccavano la tela, no, oltrepassavano la cornice, si immergevano nell'aria dolce del paesaggio primaverile. Quindi effettivamente Tina, la ragazzina più grande, riesce ad accedere al quadro, quindi riesce ad entrarci. E da qui parte la vicenda del libro per bambini. In realtà però in questa fase ci troviamo in una sorta di fase intermedia, direi, una fase di proprio transizione tra mondo reale e mondo fantastico. Tant'è che nel momento in cui i bambini hanno accesso al quadro, la prima sensazione che si ritrovano è la sensazione della materia pittorica che compone il quadro. Quindi tutto ciò che toccano è in realtà vernice su tela. Quindi per esempio abbiamo questa descrizione secondo me molto bella, in cui i bambini si accorgono che l'erba che toccano è un po' dura, perché non era altro che una spennellata di verde smeraldo, un po' sporgente e così indurita che gli graffiava le gambe nude. È vero, come sono strani anche questi fiori, non si possono cogliere, sono attaccati alla terra. Bobby si chinò a fiutare sulla siepe i fiorellini candidi che la costellavano, parevano gelsomini, ma non erano che delle piccole pennellate di bianco argento, rigide e verniciate. Tutto sa di colore d'olio, disse, arricciando il naso. Quindi, come vedete, il fantastico non si è ancora effettivamente sostituito alla realtà. Quindi la finzione in questo momento è ancora in una sorta di fase intermedia, riusciamo ancora a definirne quantomeno i contorni. Tuttavia, con l'avanzare dei bambini all'interno del quadro, questi contorni si fanno sempre più labili, di conseguenza sempre più permeabili, fino a scomparire del tutto. Quindi arriviamo ad un punto del libro per bambini in cui la realtà del quadro diventa poi la realtà effettiva. Difatti, i bambini più si inoltravano nel paesaggio e più tutto si faceva morbido e arioso, vivo e naturale. E giunti ad uno svolto del sentiero, ecco l'aria soffrir loro in volto, fragrante e fresca. Ecco l'erba ai loro piedi rialzarsi morbida e pieghevole. Foglie e fronde fremevano in una brezza vivida e leggera. Quindi ci troviamo adesso effettivamente all'interno della narrazione. E come vi dicevo prima, il motore di questa narrazione è proprio la concretizzazione del linguaggio figurato. Cambia? Sì, cambia. E diciamo, la sostituzione della realtà con l'ambiente fantastico e con la finzione dà vita a quello che secondo me è l'aspetto più interessante del romanzo, ossia le continue interazioni e anche ibridazioni a un certo punto, come vedremo, tra ciò che è umano e ciò che è naturale. Quindi abbiamo frequentissimi esempi all'interno di questo viaggio fantastico di proprio comunicazione tra le due diverse categorie ontologiche. E secondo me una delle manifestazioni più immediate è la presenza di questo animale molto particolare, una bestia quale i loro occhi non avevano veduto mai, che in realtà poi scopriremo, come mostrerò dopo, non essere altro che un ognu, che i bambini non hanno mai visto, e non era una mucca, non era un cavallo, per quanto somigliasse un poco a entrambi. Aveva il corpo e le gambe come un cavallo, le corna e la coda come un bue, quindi loro cercano di capire che cosa hanno di fronte, ed era davvero un animale stravagante ed inverosimile. Particolarità di questo animale è il fatto che l'animale parli. Quindi abbiamo la prima interazione tra ciò che è natura e ciò che è uomo. Pare che voglia parlarci. GNU fece la bestia. Gnu, che strano nome. Quale non fu il loro stupore allorché la bestia, dischiudendo la grande bocca longitudinale e sinuosa, pronunciò con voce chiara, sebbene un po' nasale: perché strano, è un nome come un altro, mi pare. GNU, pronunciato col G duro, quindi in realtà GNU. E questa è la manifestazione principale e la prima che loro si trovano di fronte, che dà il via ad una serie di differenti manifestazioni in cui il confine tra uomo e natura diventa praticamente quasi impercettibile. E a questo proposito, secondo me, la diciamo, parte principale di questo discorso è costituita ci sono tantissimi altri esempi, per esempio l'animale dell'artista che loro cercano all'interno del quadro viene definita come una specie di farfalla. Ma la cosa fondamentale secondo me è proprio questa. Quindi le interazioni danno vita ad espressioni del genere, per esempio il lago che occhieggia o il petalo che svolazza come una farfalla. E quando Tina, la più grande, si ritrova per una serie di vicissitudini a restare sola in un bosco, in realtà tutto quello che la circonda inizia ad assumere contorni umani. Quindi abbiamo la netta proprio umanizzazione della natura. E quindi abbiamo espressioni del tipo: dovunque guardava vedeva muoversi qualcosa, non appena si metteva a correre le sembrava che qualcuno corresse dietro di lei. Che cos'era quell'ombra sul margine del sole sentiero? Era un tronco d'albero alto e nero o era un uomo? O era addirittura uno spettro? E ancora più avanti era un'ombra curva in agguato. Non era quella forse una forma umana sdraiata? Quindi tutto quello che lei vede perde completamente i contorni della natura per assumere fattezze d'uomo, completamente. Era qualcuno che si muoveva, il bosco si anima di mille ombre indefinite, quindi come vedete il linguaggio che ritorna è sempre lo stesso. E la cosa secondo me molto particolare è il fatto che queste interazioni e quindi l'ibridazione tra uomo e natura non sia mai una manifestazione neutra, anzi, al contrario, è spaventosa, quindi è sempre perturbante ed è sempre in qualche modo straniante per i bambini, non è mai una manifestazione pacifica. Sono ancora a tempo, sì. E dunque questo ci porta, secondo me, al climax del libro. Come vi spiegavo prima, il motore della narrazione è sempre la concretizzazione del parlato figurato, motivo per cui all'inizio del romanzo la zia Celeste, la zia dei bambini, quando Bobby continua a fraintendere le espressioni metaforiche e figurate, dice alla mamma del ragazzino: mi dispiace per te, ma davvero tuo figlio non è un'aquila. E la mamma risponde: ma chissà che tu, Bobby, non lo divenga un giorno. Ok, quindi questa è l'espressione che noi abbiamo all'inizio del romanzo. Quando Tina, la sorellina di Bobby, si trova in difficoltà, per salvarla, Bobby ripensa a quell'espressione e dice: perfetto, Quindi io per poter salvare mia sorella e tornare a casa, in realtà devo diventare un'aquila. Come faccio a diventare un'aquila? Per diventare un'aquila bisogna sapere molte cose. Quindi Bobby in realtà inizia a leggere moltissimi volumi super adatti a bambini, tipo le opere filosofiche di Cicerone, e inizia effettivamente la sua metamorfosi in animale. Quindi, come vedete, e tra l'altro questa trasformazione occupa veramente una parte consistente del libro, quindi Vivanti dedica a questa metamorfosi moltissime pagine del libro e viene proprio descritta con minuzie di dettagli particolari. Per esempio, gli era cresciuta una grande penna forte e aguzza che gli aveva forato il giubbetto ed ora gli sporgeva rigida dalla scapola. O ancora, leggendo Plutarco, adesso le vite parallele, gli era cresciuta un'altra penna e dopo ogni volume che aveva letto gli cresceva una penna d'ala sulle spalle. E come vi dicevo prima, ricordatevi che le ibridazioni non sono mai neutre, sono sempre perturbanti, quindi quando un ragazzino si guarda allo specchio in realtà vede un essere ambiguo che non aveva più i capelli, bensì una quantità di piccole penne marroni che gli crescevano giù sulla fronte, una fronte diventata stretta, scura e rugosa, e il naso, cielo, dov'era il suo naso? Un grande becco incurvato gli sporgeva dal centro della faccia, scendendogli feroce ed adunco sopra il mento. Ma che mento? No, il mento era sparito. Quando li ebbe finiti si accorse che una delle sue mani, la destra, era striminzita e grigia e rugosa, con 4 enormi unghie ricurve. Quando li chiuse, vide che anche l'altra mano era divenuta simile alla prima, e quando volle alzarsi per prendere dall'alto dello scaffale gli annali d'Italia dei muratori, si accorse che non aveva più i piedi, ma in loro vece un ciuffo di penne che formava una breve coda a ventaglio. Si raddrizzò sugli artigli, allargò le braccia. No, non erano braccia, erano 2 immense ali. Quindi la metamorfosi si compie e il ragazzino effettivamente riesce a trasformarsi in quell'aquila che non era mai stato, no? E chiaramente questa è la chiusa del romanzo, del libro per bambini, che come vedete punta proprio alla permeabilità tra i due mondi, quindi l'umanizzazione della natura e soprattutto la deumanizzazione di ciò che è umano, in questo caso i bambini, no? No, non mi fate, non ho ancora finito.
Esatto.
Scusate, come se fosse un'altra slide, ma ci siamo quasi. Ci siamo quasi. No, la cosa particolare, secondo me, il motivo per cui ho pensato che questa potesse essere la sede ideale per parlare di questo tipo di prodotto, è il fatto che in questo volume l'età infantile si presenta sempre come una zona in cui i confini tra ciò che è umano, ciò che è reale, ciò che è fantastico, ciò che non è umano, diventano talmente tanto labili e permeabili da essere continuamente rinegoziati. E in realtà, secondo me, la cosa interessante è anche il fatto che il romanzo si configuri come una sorta di riflessione metalinguistica in senso un po' più ampio, perché rinegozia i confini linguistici in continuazione. Questo può darsi anche sulla scorta del fatto che Vivanti non fosse in realtà madrelingua, ma che avesse appreso l'italiano strada facendo, appunto dal padre. E troviamo un sacco di esempi simili. Per esempio, quando i bambini incontrano lo gnu, si chiedono se l'articolo giusto sia lo, la, il, qual è l'articolo, non si sa. O anche per esempio quando i bambini danno del lei allo gnu e lo gnu risponde loro no, ma dovete darmi del tu, li accompagna effettivamente ad una fontana di tè per dare loro del tè, quindi per dare il tè. E diciamo c'è un gioco di parole tra dare del tu, dare del tè, e via dicendo, ed è un continuo rinegoziare questo tipo di... più che rinegoziare deve proprio sciogliere questo tipo di... Elena, ci siamo coi tempi, sì?
Da un minutino.
Ok, ho finito. E come vi dicevo prima, secondo me anche sulla scorta di modelli ben precisi, soprattutto per questa questione del linguaggio, penso a Lewis Carroll, di Alice attraverso lo specchio, per esempio, quanto Humpty Dumpty, mi sono segnata proprio la citazione, dice ad Alice: "When I use a word, it means just that what I choose it to mean, neither more or less." E Alice risponde, the question is whether you can actually make words mean so many different things. Quindi penso appunto che il modello principale di questo tipo di romanzo si inserisca proprio in un filone narrativo per bambini che aveva avuto, insomma, come esponenti principali Lewis Carroll e Carlo Collodi. E con questo chiudo perché sono andata...
Benissimo. No, I will just ask, just add this speaking. Perhaps we can also extend the for 5 more minutes now, and perhaps we can have 5 more minutes later in the second panel for the discussion. So if we are not able to answer all the questions now, perhaps we can take advantage of the second panel. So before I go ahead, are there any questions from the... I don't know why am I being the chair right now.
Yeah,
Sorry. Vabbè, noi siamo interscambiabili, insomma. If there are questions from the audience before we go ahead with ours. Ah sì, se volete prendere posto qui, sì, insomma.
Io.
I also remind people from the audience that this session is being recorded, and if you don't want to appear in video, you can also write the question in chat, and I'll be happy to read it.
Maybe I can...
You can start if you want, yes.
Yeah, exactly. So, well, first of all, thank you so much to the 3 speakers. I think you introduced us to 3 different perspectives on well-known, very less-known authors, from the point of view of Marco's invitation to think about childhood and hybridity and this disruption of ontologies. And I wanted to ask you, well, I think we sort of went back in time, so from the more recent case study presented by Claudia to Vivanti, and I wanted to ask you what differences do you think emerge in terms of the conception of childhood in these specific, not only case studies, but also historical moments? If you see changes, and also I wanted to ask you more explicitly about your engagement with the fairy tale as a category. In the case of Anni Vivanti, it's explicitly labeled as favola candida, and you spoke about metamorphoses. Claudia also mentioned fairy tale elements, so I would be interested in knowing more about this connection with the fairy tale, not just as a literary form, but and the final question that is about illustrations. And so if you can tell us something a bit more about the lack or the presence of illustrations and how these illustrations enhance or maybe amplify the post-humanist or non-anthropocentric perspective. So
the questions could be for both of them, for Claudia and Nunzia as well. Nunzia, if you want to start.
Okay. I'm going to start. Okay. So regarding illustrations, the fact that the book doesn't have any illustrations is because of Anni Vivanti, and of course Mondadori refuses to let the book go out in 1933 with no illustrations whatsoever. And this is because basically the book has to be recognized as a children's book, basically. And usually with no illustrations, it seems like more of like, I would say, a novel for adults, at least. And that was exactly the purpose of Anni Vivanti. So she didn't want to sell the book as just for children. She wanted it to be like more universal as a story. And that's why I was saying that, in my opinion, is also like a sort of reconsideration of the language, of the Italian language. So it was not only, of course, the fantastic environment, the hybridation, the interactions between man and nature, but there's something more there. You know, it's more than like a children's book, at least in Anni Vivanti's perspective. So that's regarding in illustrations. I don't know if Claudia wants to say something, and then we can continue with other questions.
Thank you so much. I don't know precisely because everything that you said makes sense. I think that the most interesting thing, connecting also with the Haraway or Braidotti point of view, this idea that kinship is a sort of an ethical engagement that implies a sort of metamorphosing and hybridization, as you said, perspective that is not also just figural or that needs to be restrained within the literary discourse, but can join either other kinds of relationality and positionality also within our societies. That's why yesterday I think that what Giada, if I'm not wrong, exposed with the project that they led jointly with young people, concretely with this body and mind, as often I try to express in this connection, mutual connection, and how can I say, epistemic ontology that is also a site that is completely embodied, incarnated within people, within species, within energies, as Braidotti said, so also in connection with what our post-humanist reality offers to us, and among which we need to resist, create micro daily alliances, but also micro imaginaries. That's why I don't think that is utopian if we reconduct everything into like a very ready-made. In my speech, I'm sorry because I was maybe I went too fast in some crucial points, but of course we can. I hope we can share all our ideas in other spaces. And yes, I don't know, but I think that what you said in conclusion, this idea of to being metamorphic, to let transforming, to let transforming narratives is a sort of very different, very new and unimaged yet. What I try to say with the image of the figural image of increato, something that is not still created but is still there in this happening of birthing together, because if not anything anything could be manifest in some way, could be. I don't know if it is clear, but so thank you so much for your listening and your contribution, of course. Maybe I said in French because there are no other expression that could really depict what all of you are doing during this symposium. Je suis très admirative. Je suis vraiment admirative de tout ce que vous faites. It's strong. It's strong. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claudia. I really hope there will be more occasions for us to share these ideas. I will add something very briefly at the very end of the second panel about this for the publication of the conference proceedings. I would say I will keep one last question for later that I have for Julia, if it's okay to you, so that we can have this quick break. I'm really sorry for this. But believe me, it's going to be a great question. Ci ho detto, io direi, if it's okay with you all, it will give me more time to think, So if it's okay with you all, yes, we're going to have this 20 minutes break. And that's it. See you later then. Have a good coffee.
Thank you so much.
That's the one that I'm going to have. Thank you to all the presenters. Welcome everyone again for the second panel of this in-person symposium. Today we're gonna have three more contributions. I will give the floor immediately to Anna Finozzi, who will present the next panelists, and just stay connected because Viola De Grado is coming.
Okay. Okay, welcome everyone to this second panel of the day. Before starting, I would like to thank Marco for inviting me and organizing this conference, as well as everyone who is here today. So I will introduce our first speaker, who is talking remotely, Andrea Cominetti. He's a PhD student in performing arts at the University of Verona. His research interests primarily focus on the work of Luigi Pirandello and the avant-garde movements in Italy and the United States. He regularly contributes to some major Italian newspapers, including Corriere della Sera e La Stampa. The title of his contribution today is From the Primordial Egg to the Consumer Society, Childhood as a Hybrid and Material Threshold in Giuliano Scabbia's Zip. Andrea, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, I would like to apologize for not being able to attend these study days in person. I would also like to thank you for accepting my proposal and allowing me to be part of this stimulating conference. My contribution stems from a reflection developed within a chapter of my doctoral research dedicated to the work of Giuliano Scabbia. In particular, I will focus on Zip, a theatrical performance first presented on September 30, 1965, at the 24th International Theatre Festival of Venice Biennale. The work, written by Scabbia and directed by Carlo Quartucci, is generally considered the first truly original production of the Italian theatrical avant-garde, in that it does not derive from a pre-existent text, but was constructed directly through the staging process. The analysis I propose is situated within the thematic framework of this conference and aims to interrogate the notion of childhood within the work, presented not as a chronological phase of life, but as an ontological and material condition, a shifting threshold that precedes the definition of identity and calls into question the boundaries between human and non-human. To clarify this perspective, is necessary to move away from a conventional understanding of childhood. In Zip, in fact, childhood does not coincide with the presence of children on stage, nor with a narrative of growth. Rather, it emerges as a mode of being characterized by instability, fluidity, and indeterminacy. This idea is rooted in Scabbia's artistic formation, which develops at the intersection of different experiences. The musical environment of his childhood, the collective dimension of his rural life during war, and above all, his encounter with the American avant-garde particularly the experimental practices of John Cage. From all of these experiences, Scabia derives a concept of arts as a process rather than product, and of theater as a space of experimentation in which meaning is not given in advance, but emergences through interaction. Within this framework, childhood can be understood as the condition that most fully embodies this openness, a state in which identity is not yet fixed and language is not yet fully codified. This condition is staged explicitly at the beginning of ZIP. The performance, in fact, opens with a highly evocative image, a large primordial egg placed at the center of the stage, from which the character gradually emerge, wrapped in packing paper. This is a crucial moment because we are not simply confronted with the metaphor of birth, but with the construction of a hybrid form of life, suspended between different ontological states. The bodies are not yet defined. They appear as materials in transformation, halfway between objects and living organism. The packing paper reinforces this ambiguity. It evokes both fragility and artificially, suggesting that these figures are not yet fully human, but entities in the process of becoming. In this sense, childhood is presented as a material condition rather than a psychological one. A moment in which the distinction between organic and inorganic, human and non-human, has not been yet established. This interpretation is further supported by the treatment of language. In the first part of the performance, in fact, the characters do not speak in structured ways, but produce sounds, phonetic fragments, and rhythms. Language is not yet a communicative system, but a space of experimentation closely linked to the body and to the sound, in line with the deeply musical approach that characterized Scabia's writing. A particularly significant passage further clarifies this dimension. The characters recall the origin by describing themselves as little worms, evoking a prenatal condition in which they existed together, immersed in a warm and fluid environment. This image points to a form of existence that is collective, material, and relational, in which the boundaries between self and other are not yet defined. From an ecological perspective, this aspect is especially relevant. The little worms are not positioned above the environment, but within it. They do not dominate it, but are part of it. In this sense, we can say Scabia's work anticipates a non-anthropocentric view of life, in which the human being is not conceived as separate or superior identity, but as one element within a broader network of relationship. This openness that we saw at the beginning of the show is also of the play, sorry, is also reflected in the structure of the performance. Deep, in fact, is not conceived as a closed text, but as a collective and constantly evolving project. The writing develops in direct relation to the actors and is continuously reworked during rehearsals. The same applies to the theatrical space. The action in this way is not confined to the stage, but expands into the audience, directly involving the spectators. They are no longer mere observers, but participants in the event, sharing the same space. This spatial configuration reinforces the idea of childhood as a shared and relational condition. In this way, theater becomes a collective space, a place in which different experiences come into relation. This openness, however, does not remain. As the performance progresses, the character undergo a gradual transformation. Language becomes structured, behavior codified, and relationships stabilized. This process culminates in the encounter with the great mom, an imposing scenic structure made of industrial materials that dominates the space. The great mom represents consumer society, a system that absorbs and reshapes individuals according to its own logic. At this point, childhood, understood as openness and hybridity, disappears. The characters, initially fluid, are integrated into a normative system. Language becomes conventional, gestures standardized, identities fixed. We thus witness a shift from a material and ecological mode of existence to a social and economic one, organized according to the logic of production and consumption. From this dynamic, it is possible to return to the central theme of this paper. Zip does not simply construct a representation of childhood, but a true ecological imaginary grounded in a specific conception of the human. Childhood, in the play, is the moment in which the human being is still immersed in the material world, still connected to non-human form of life, and not yet fully subjected to social structures. The loss of childhood, therefore, coincides with the loss of this connection. By staging this process, Scabbia does not propose a nostalgic vision, but rather reveals the conditions that make this transformation possible. To conclude, we can say that in ZIP, childhood is not a theme, but a threshold, a space of transition between different modes of being, between organic and inorganic, between individual and collective, between human and non-human. This threshold is not stable, but is progressively absorbed by the mechanism of consumer society, which imposed a fixed and functional identity. It is precisely this condition that the performance puts under pressure, ultimately revealing its transformation and disappearance. However, ZIP does not simply represent this passage. It makes it happen. It turns it into experience. In this sense, theater becomes the place where that threshold, although destined to be absorbed, can still be crossed. Not as nostalgia of a lost origin, but as a critical possibility, a temporary yet concrete opening toward a different way of thinking the relationship between human beings, matter, and the environment. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Andrea, and I'm sure there will be a lot of questions at the end of the 3 talks. So without hesitation, I'm going to introduce our next speaker. If you want to come here in the meanwhile.
I thought I was the last one.
So I think I'm the last one. But
Yeah, you are the last
so,
one.
whatever.
You can arrange. Just let me know.
È uguale.
Infatti, non cambia
Vabbè, a
niente.
ricordi.
La seconda.
Marzia.
Ok.
Ammazzo Marzia.
Ok, va bene. Marzia la Barbera. Marzia is a PhD student in Italian studies at the University of Palermo. Her doctoral research examines the works of the Italian writer Gilda Musa, and her research sits at the intersection of gender studies, eco-criticism, and science fiction, and her work has appeared already in peer-reviewed journals including Allegoria and Altre Modernità. The title of her paper is The Ontological Porousness of Childhood, Cultural Ecology Perspectives in Gilda Musa's L'arma invisibile. Quindi, so, Mark, the floor is yours.
Thank you very
We
much.
have to
Share the screen.
Sì. Questo, no?
Mhm. Yep. Thank you, Marco, for this opportunity, and Anna for the presentation. I will start with a little context as to the critical framework for my analysis that, as you have heard, is about L'arma invisibile, a young adult novel by Gilda Musa. Gilda Musa was an Italian science fiction writer and poetess, and she was already pretty famous by the time L'arma invisibile was published in 1982. So the theoretical framework. In 2005, the seminal text Beyond Nature and Culture by French anthropologist Philippe Descola challenged the widespread Western naturalist approach and the divide between nature and culture. While Western thought imagines nature and culture as being separate, considering nature as a universal substrate and culture as a variable in the context of a relationship based on domination, Descola proposes that human societies organize interspecies relations in the material world based on 4 ontologies, one of which just happens to be naturalism. The ontologies Descola proposes, as you can see, animism, totemism, analogism, and naturalism, therefore appear to be the different ways in which humans have organized their relationship between the interior world of beings and their physical existence, often refusing the dominant relationship Western thought presumes. At the same time, Descola's hypothesis leads him to reframe the theory of cultural ecology developed by Julian Stewart, American anthropologist, arguing that Stewart's, sorry, I went a little ahead, arguing that Stewart's views on cultural ecology cannot escape the dualism on which it is founded. Descola introduces the concept of schemas of practice, internalized structures that regulate relations between humankind and the world. Among these schemas of practice, he points out the existence of integrated schemas, complex mechanisms that play a mediating function and give, I quote Descola, each of us the sense that we share with other individuals the same culture and the same cosmology, thus playing a crucial role in how different peoples engage with embodied non-human entities and helping to formulate a new cultural ecology approach based on identification and relations within collectives. This overview of Descola's work, deliberately reductive, will thus be useful to establish a theoretical framework for the paper, the scope of which is to interrogate the intersection between childhood studies and eco-criticism in order to propose childhood as an ontological porous phase of life that allows children to develop interspecies alliances and imagine alternative ecological scenarios based on relation rather than domination. The case study through which this hypothesis will be tested is the young adult novel L'arma invisibile by Italian writer Gilda Musa. The paper argues that the setting of the novel, along with its human and non-human characters, has the potential to be described as an animistic collective, in which children are portrayed as ontologically open and able to foster interspecies relations and encourage collective responsibility. Moreover, the reflection on the themes of the novels allows to interpret it in the context of Musa's larger body of work, highlighting the meaningfulness of childhood in many of her narratives. L'arma invisibile was published in 1982 by Società Editrice Internazionale, and at the time Musa was already a celebrated author in the field of Italian science fiction, and through her writing she was advocating for, I quote Marco Malvestio here, taking better care of what are usually considered lesser forms of being. The discourse on nature and its relation to humankind can therefore be found in Gilda Musa's writing, peaking with her most renowned novel, Giungla Domestica, published in 1975. Moreover, the theme becomes all the more significant in her fiction because it often occurs in Musa's personal writing as well, through reflection on the entanglement between non-human and human beings. In fact, by the time she wrote L'arma invisibile, the author had already explored the relationship between childhood and nature in at least 3 short stories, all written between 1978 and 1979. These narratives appear useful because they potentially interact with the young adult novel from 1982, reinforcing the importance of themes that connect Musa's narrative experience to the critical approach that I chose for this paper. The first story, titled Avventura nel Verde, appeared on a fanzine in 1978, followed by a presentation by Musa herself. In this presentation, the author explains in her own words how the story, I quote from Musa's presentation, rientra nella mia tematica del rapporto affettivo-etico fra l'essere umano e le creature vegetali. In Avventura nel Verde, the relationship between childhood and nature is set in a natural landscape, the garden. The protagonist, Valeria, is a child guilty of mutilating trees by picking flowers, leaves, and pieces of bark, and she is teased by her older cousin because of it. The older boy torments her with horrific stories of plants avenging themselves, a trope that was already central in the novel Giungla Domestica. In fact, guilt and empathy seem to be the narrative engine through which little Valeria's final metamorphosis ensues by the end of the story, when she realizes the consequences of her cruelty to the plants and is eventually turned into a vegetal creature. Although it remains uncertain whether the transformation is real or just a product of the child's imagination, it remains a fundamental moment through which she avrebbe potuto capire che cosa significa essere una pianta. The other two stories, see it? I don't think we can see it. Sorry. I think there's a problem with the slides. Oh. Okay. Sorry. Sì. The other two stories, both published in the 1988 anthology La farfalla sul soffitto, present different settings and are not specifically related to the natural environment, yet they involve a relation between human youth and animals. The short story that gives the anthology its name was written in 1977 and is about a teenager named Gilberto who finds himself suddenly capable of flying on the day of his 18th birthday. This ability, brought on by the vision of a butterfly on the ceiling, will allow him to express his identity and his love for the arts. Qui ho messo qualche citazione. Similarly, in Creature Prodigio, written in 1980, Gilda Musa imagines the youthful beginnings of Ludwig van Beethoven's career, giving him the company of a prodigious cricket whose help will be invaluable for him to evolve and fully tap into his musical potential. Although this last story does not feature a description of metamorphosis, it is interesting to note how the writing highlights the biological differences between boy and insect, in order to encourage the boy to see things from the insect's perspective. It is a generative exchange that shows a connection between the natural element and the arts, not dissimilar from what can be found in La farfalla sul soffitto. This link between nature and art also testifies to the author's ongoing reflection upon the nature-culture divide, and how she proposes in her writing a first attempt to move beyond the divide itself. With this notion, we step fully into the territory that Philippe Descola outlined in his seminal text, and it could be argued that the anthropologist's views resonate with Gilda Musa's description of childhood as an ontologically porous state, which indeed has its best outcome in the novel L'arma invisibile. The novel follows a group of children aged 15 to 5 years old who live in Wald Park, a sanctuary for endangered species. Wald Park is said to have been established by old landowner Victor de Krause in order to restore and protect European wildlife at risk of extinction, and by this means contributing to the well-being of the fictional United States of Europe. After the death of its founder, the park remained under the control of shareholders from different European countries, thus creating a multicultural organization that operates within the park. I quote from the book. Quanto di moderno e di nuovo c'è nel parco è stato realizzato con i finanziamenti della società. Tutto ci è stato fornito dagli azionisti di Francia, Germania, Italia, Polonia, Svizzera, Unione Sovietica, Gran Bretagna. Interestingly, the Unione Sovietica is considered among the United States of Europe. Tutti noi che lavoriamo qua proveniamo da quelle nazioni, explains the German parks zoologist Professor Meyer. His daughter, Erika, is one of the main characters of the novel, alongside Italian brothers Oliviero and Danilo Lucchini, and French Lily Dernel. These children of different nationalities somehow recreate the multicultural organization of the park and, in doing so, renovate the possibility of an ecological imaginary where future is collaborative and transnational as well as post-human. This notion is relevant if considered in light of the two different relational modes that occur between humans and non-humans within the boundaries of the park. While the adults tend to see themselves as protectors, reproducing anthropocentric and hierarchical dynamics of power that are best associated with Descola's naturalist ontology, the children's relation with the animals is largely based on exchange and sharing, and this relation takes into consideration the social organization of animals, leaning into an animistic perspective. On a similar note, it is important to underline that the park is also sustained by the labor of several android assistants, humanoid machines that are unable to act socially. This inability to form social connections marks a significant contrast with the other non-human beings in the novel, whose interiority is used as a differentiating factor in their relations with humans. Interiority, to use the Scholas words, refers to a range of properties recognized by all human beings and partially covers what we generally call the mind, the soul, or consciousness. Therefore, in spite of a physical resemblance between humans and androids, these characteristics are conspicuously absent in the latter, whose mental capacity is limited to, I quote from Musa, quanto era stato fissato nei loro nuclei elettronici. Nevertheless, it is one of the androids to act as a catalyst and help solving the mystery of the illness that is threatening the park's human and animal population. Insofar as the plot, the novel appears to be intentionally predictable, with frequent foreshadowing segments to tease the reader and distribute clues throughout its 14 chapters. It can be argued whether this objective simplicity of the plot is Musa's own way of allowing her young readers to reflect upon the subject matter and develop a consciousness about ethical human-non-human relations. Nevertheless, the tropes of the novel anticipate some more recent climate fiction. For example, by describe dangerously high temperatures and wildfires, while at the same time the novel itself warns about the dangers of consumerism, capitalism, and industrialization, key themes in Musa's poetics, that are overtly exposed in L'Arma Invisibile, giving the novel an almost didactic value. The plot follows the 4 children as they try to protect the park from the climatic assault of heat and wildfires, only to find out later that the fires were intentionally started in an attempt to force the park to close down. At the same time, a strange illness that causes the animals to fall asleep never to wake up again starts spreading throughout the park. Eventually, the youngest child, Lily, falls victim to the same illness, and the adults focus on bringing her back to health, finally discovering tiny, almost invisible needles on her body. By this point, a villainous plan to destroy the wildlife of the park is brought to light by the children, who carry on their own investigation to find that the manager and the heir of the Krause are the culprits. Their plan, in fact, was to turn the park into, I quote from Musa, un immenso centro di svaghi con decine e decine di case da gioco di vario tipo, bische, sale di slot machine, locali notturni, luna park rischiosi, alberghi extra lusso, una molteplice città a ragnatela in cui in una sola notte o in un solo giorno si potevano perdere tutte le proprie sostanze e, per la disperazione, finire con lo spararsi un colpo alla tempia. It is worth noting the immediate contrast between Wall Park and what is described as a spiderweb multi-layered city that appears like a sanctuary of capitalism. The same contrast is repeatedly shown throughout the book in the descriptions of children and nature as opposed to scheming adults in the smoky parlors of city apartments. This is a quote to describe this. The project that this antagonist devised and that almost caused the destruction of Wall Park is undeniably profitable. However, it may very well lead to desperation and even death. On the contrary, we can understand through the thoughts of feelings of Oliviero, who is a disabled and wheelchair-bound character, how essential the park is to the healthy development of humans and animals. I quote from Musa again. Sentì di amare il Wall Park con una profondità struggente. Amava la sua complessa vita di piante e di animali che ogni giorno gli insegnavano qualcosa, che richiedevano il suo interesse e le sue cure, che lo aiutavano a vivere un'esistenza utile, ricca di soddisfazioni, che gli facevano dimenticare del tutto la menomazione, per lui un tempo dolorosa, eppure ormai compresa e accettata. Se si sentiva così sereno, lo doveva soprattutto al parco. Notably, Oliviero's enjoyment comes from a communal living in the shared environment of the park, where children like him and his friends managed to establish a cultural ecology comprising human and non-human entities. It should not come as a surprise, then, that it is the very observation of animal behavior and the aforementioned intervention of android characters that give the children the keys to solve the mystery and heal the dying animals as well as little Lily. Once more, it is reinforced by the end of the novel that childhood manifests itself by definition as an ontologically unstable state. allowing children to inhabit the liminal space between human and non-human beings, and through this to create interspecies connection and more than human imaginaries. Although the invisible weapon of the title is a drug engineered in a pharmaceutical laboratory, in the same context of simplistic and didactic contrasts, the remedy to the consequences of this drug is to be found in some specific moss that Oliviero, Danilo, and Erika find thanks to the bear Gratta Gratta, despite the adults refusing to believe in its healing properties. It bears noting that the young male bear has been almost another main character in the story from the very first chapter. At the beginning of the novel, in fact, Gratta Gratta is involved in a subtle explanation of how non-human life organizes itself within the park and how it relates to the children. When a female bear and her cub are brought into the park as a gift from Italy. An early scene in which the mother bear appears to threaten Gratta Gratta to ensure the well-being of her cub is then mirrored and reversed later in the book, in this quote right here, when the cub is put to sleep and the male bear intervention allows the human children to find the antidote to the illness. Circling back to the Scola, it is possible to highlight in this passage a dynamic of exchange based on interspecies relations that come directly from establishing Wall Park as an animistic collective, within which social beings with different physical features relate and work together to create a fair future for all. It is worth to note that the construction of this animistic collective occurs mainly thanks to what has been here defined as ontological porousness, directly drawing from Jovino's definition of porosity. Sorry, I don't have the quote here. Of porosity as a quality pertaining to bodies taken as sites of interchanges and transit, permeable and compound systems. In this sense, it is majorly important to underline Oliviero's disabled condition. In fact, the boy never appears to be hindered by his impossibility to walk, and he seems to have developed a deeper connection with the park and its animal inhabitants because of his very disability. Appearing physically different from the other children, he seems to encourage the ontological porosity of his age, choosing a volatile identification and leaning into almost preternatural abilities to connect with the park's animals. Similarly, the youngest child, Lily, identifies herself with the animals and is horrified to realize that the plan through which she fell ill was supposed to kill them too. In conclusion, it appears that Gilda Musa's goal with this narrative is to encourage her readers to develop what Massey and Bradford define as eco-citizenship, proposing an overt description of her purposes that brings to light the very idea that is at the basis of this paper. For that to happen, however, it is essential to acknowledge that childhood and youth indeed present themselves as ontologically porous states, and that this porousness has the potential to create more than human alliances that could ultimately lead the way to post-human, culturally ecological futures based on relation rather than domination, such as the microcosm represented by Wald Park and its human non-human population. I have a quote here. I will jump from place to place to underline the part that says quel tipo di rapporto si evidenziava in modo particolare nei ragazzi, soprattutto in Oliviero e Danilo, i quali addirittura dovevano avere riacquistato lungo gli anni certe doti primitive di sensibilità e percezione che gli esseri umani e gli adulti in particolare avevano perduto attraverso la cultura, la civilizzazione e il contatto con la tecnologia. It bears noting in conclusion that this quote, while exemplary of Musa's approach to interspecies relations, appears to be problematic insofar as the overt mention of primitivism as opposed to civilization. Although it seems indeed to circle back to the traditional nature-culture dichotomy, nonetheless the description of the setting and the characters highlights the importance of youth as a liminal and permeable space, undoubtedly suggesting that the porous ontology of childhood may be the very source of beyond human speculation. These are some references, and thank you. Grazie mille.
Thank you so much. It was a very fascinating presentation. Ah, era uscito, thank you.
Ah, è uscito? Non so perché non si era caricato.
Se è bravo lo può fare da solo.
Esatto. Okay, so I'm gonna introduce now the last speaker. Last but not least, speaker of this panel, Alessio Letta. So Alessio holds a PhD in Italian Studies from the University of Toronto and is a Government of Ireland postdoctoral fellow at University College Cork. His research interests include literary geography and eco-criticism, early 20th century Italian literature, comics, and visual studies. And his recent publications include the two-volume collection Italian Comics in the New Millennium, published in 2025, and he also has a forthcoming monograph, Pirandellian Atlas. Today, he presents a paper titled Children, Toys and Frogs, Questioning Anthropocentrism in Rubino's Tic et Tac. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Anna, for the introduction, and thanks, Mark, for organizing this and having me here.
Anytime.
I hope you like the title slide because that's the main achievement, I think. So, today I'm going to talk about Tic et Tac, an illustrated novel by Antonio Rubino. I'm not sure how familiar you are with this author, but Antonio Rubino was actually one of the main figures in the establishment of comics as an artistic form in Italy in the early 20th century. He collaborated prominently with Corrado Piccoli, creating characters like Quadratino, which you might have heard of. He was an illustrator, a comic artist, and a writer. And in many of his works, he depicted robots, for instance, in the comic series Dinamello, and dedicated attention to the environment, for instance, in his illustrated poems. But one of his most appreciated books is the one I'm going to talk about today, Tic et Tac, published in 1920, with the subtitle Romanzo per bambini di tutte le età, which actually answers the question of who this novel is for. And which has been reprinted several times. This is, I think, the most recent edition, which you can find in the second-hand market, if you're interested. And what is interesting for our purposes is that in this particular novel, we have three depictions of human and non-human agents, and they're all in some way linked with childhood, beginning with the setting of the story. The story is set in this fictional city, Pampalona, where all the inhabitants are toy makers, and therefore they are all very happy and childlike. So I'm going to go over the plot very easily. So everyone in this city is a toy maker, but the most accomplished one is called Mastro Dolone, who is basically a magician / scientist. And his most marvelous work is the clock of Pampalona, which features all these mechanical automata, essentially, which are conceived as toys. And the mechanism of the clock is powered by these two toys / automata / robots called Tic and Tac, who are complete opposite of each other, and their continuous opposition powers the mechanism of this clock. At the beginning of the novel, he creates another wonderful creation, which is these two toys here, lui e lei, so he and she. They are two human-like dolls, which he gives to these two children here, who are the sons of the son and daughter of the Podestà, so the mayor. They end up breaking one of the dolls. They break her. And this prompts a revolution of toys who rebel against the humans. So Mastro Dilone flees the city. They seize power, while everyone is asleep. So they actually cover all the windows with dark clothes so that the humans will not wake up. They seize the power. They trick the podesta into leaving the city, and they leave him stranded in the swamp. And Tick becomes their king. Then they punish the two children who are accused of pupicidio, so of homicide, don't slaughter. We will see a little bit about that. But the two children are actually saved by a stork who frees them and brings them to safety. They find their father outside of the swamp. They also find some frogs who volunteer to help them. And so we have this final battle of the toys versus the frogs. The frogs win. And so there is the humans actually retake control of Pampalona. And the children contact Mastro Dilone, who is still in exile, who tells them how to fix the clock. He also gives them one last gift, which is a hen that produces eggs that are actually pocket watches. And there is this big reconciliation, so there is essentially a return to order. So the toys accept to keep their role as toys, and the humans are once again in control. So I'm talking about questioning anthropocentrism in this narrative. Here you can see, how the town looks like. Because in this whole narrative, we see these three different perspectives: humans, artificial beings, and animal beings. And the narrator shifts its sympathy between the human, as the ones that are supposed to be in power, and the toys that actually have some point, they say. But it goes back and forth on this. And then we also see the animals as representative of a natural, force playing a pivotal role in this resolution. The other thing that is interesting is that this kind of reflection on anthropocentrism versus a more balanced way of envisioning the balance of natural and human forces is that the theme of children is featured 3 times. First, as the human children, but also all the humans in this narrative are in some way children, because as I mentioned before, since they are all toy makers, they keep young for their whole life. And so you can see the quote here. I'm going to read the translation, which is my own translation. That's why they are all rather bad. But the people of that fortunate town had the gift of preserving themselves as children forever. They were born children and they died still children. And also in the illustrations, you can see their kind of exaggerated and caricatural features. So even the adults are in some way children. They behave in a very childlike manner, and that's why they are also so easily tricked. Whereas the toys are actually more in control for most of the story. At the same time, we also have 2 literal children, the Podesta's children, who are called Pomino and Melina. And what's remarkable in their description is how unremarkable they are. There's nothing particularly remarkable about them, besides the fact that they both look like an apple, hence they're called Pomino and Melina. They were neither good nor bad, neither clever nor stupid, neither ugly nor pretty. So one way in which this is interesting for us is that this seems to refer the classic notion of childhood as a non-existent, as a state in which the child has no individuality. They're not their own person, but they are only something like, potential adults. So there is that, but there is also the fact that they have no distinctive features. make them sort of a neutral basis on which to contrast the exaggerated individuality of the toys themselves. Which brings us to talk about toys, the artificial non-human in the story, who are also children in the sense that, following a tradition that goes back to Shelley's Frankenstein, the toy, so essentially the robot here, is conceived as a child of their human creator. And this is also supported in the text, where we see Mastro Diloni giving them the keys of the clock, while he sympathizes with their plight. Io sono solidale pienamente con voi. And he calls them children, figlioli. So there is this component, but at the same time, these toy children have their own individuality. We have already talked about Tic and Tac, who are, again, exaggerated in their own personality, which contrast each other. But also, we have Louis and Lei, these two dolls, who look like, seem like living creatures. And they actually are introduced with a song they sing, and this is one of the most significant stanzas. Noi siamo bambole sentimentali, noi siamo bambole compite e belle, l'anime nostre del tutto uguali possono davvero dirsi gemelle. So, this prototypical toy couple in one way mirrors the prototypical children couple, Pomino and Melina, but also contrast Tic and Tac, who are opposites, whereas they are completely, entirely alike. At the same time, although they are toys, they are artificial beings, it is stressed that they are both similar to living beings, and also that they have a soul, l'anime nostre del tutto uguali. So they are very much humanized in the narrative. And a key moment in which this humanity appears is at the moment in which Lei is broken. So, first of all, the illustration, contrary to much of the illustrations featured in this book, which we saw earlier, this illustration is, in a way, very brutal, very graphic, and the broken doll is featured in a way that is similar to a murder victim, actually. And the narrative actually stresses the grief that lui feels. Singhiozzava, I suoi singhiozzi erano così veri che straziavano l'anima. So again, this emphasis on how real he is and how real and human his pain is. At the same time, other passages in this narrative seem to kind of take this dramatic episode as a matter for laughs. So, for instance, in the trial of the children, they call this pupicidio premeditato, premeditated dollicide, and Melina objects, he didn't do it on purpose. Oh, then it's pupicidio colposo, second degree doll slaughter, or something like that. Which, as you can see, is something that makes you laugh. So, in some passages, the narrative wants you to feel empathetic toward the widower doll, Louis. In others, it is a bit ridiculous. It is a bit over the top. And the same thing happens with the narrator's comments. In one place, he states they were not altogether wrong to rebel against the tyranny of children, because children continuously break dolls. And the one edict promulgated by King Tic is very sensible. I giocattoli, gli uomini e i bambini sono uguali davanti alla legge. Which is also interesting because we have these three categories. So we have toys, we have men, and we have children, which are different from adults, which, is very realistic as the perspective of a toy. For the toy's perspective, adult humans are something entirely different from children. Although the premise of the narrative is that in this town, adults are children. So there is this degree of ambiguity. But in other places, the narrator is kind of skeptic about this plight. Occhio per occhio, dente per dente, an eye for eye, a tooth for a tooth is the toys, cry for war. But they did not consider, the narrator says, that toys have no teeth, and one living eye is worth 100 glass eyes. So, again, toys have their dignity, they have their value, but it is not equal to the value of humans. And this all comes to a conclusion, to a climax, when when the non-human animal state of being enters and further complicates the matter. So frogs are the ones that are most prominent in the narrative, but actually the first one that is introduced is the stork, who rescues the children when they were being captive. And this stork is described as mamma cicogna, so mother stork, and she is very nurturing towards the children. She feeds them when they're hungry. She shields them from the scorching sun, and then she rescues them, but only after a while because she is afraid that they might fall in flight. So this animal presence is one that is almost instinctively protective toward humans and human children in particular. And even when frogs enter the scene, the king of the swamp, so the king of frogs essentially, volunteers to aid the children in their fight against toys. And the way that frogs are characterized is on how loud and chaotic they are. And they actually take sympathy on the humans when they see how they rejoice when they are united again, the father and the two children. So this representation emphasizes the animal component as some sort of chaotic life force, which is in natural opposition with the non-human artificial life of toys. And this is also something that you can see in the depiction of their final battle. So, as is the case for many of Rubino's illustration, there is a keen eye for composition and a search for symmetry. And here the image is clearly divided in the toys on one part and the frogs on the other. And toys, you have these toy soldiers who are very much fighting in line, whereas the frogs are kind of all over the place and smiling all the time. So this kind of, again, joyful, chaotic energy that intervenes in reestablishing the order, and the order is that humans are on top. And the frogs actually never make any claim for themselves. They don't want anything in return. They just help the humans in a critical way, contrary to the toys who have their own demands. Which brings us to the synthesis, the return to order. Once again, the stork comes to the human's rescue because Melina asks the stork to contact Odilone to fix the clock and to kind of, fix the town in overall. And after the final battle, the clock sounds again, and the bell sings as if to say, enough with the reign of toys. Pampelona become a city of men again, and let toys go back to being toys, as if that was the natural order, the way it was supposed to be. And then the humans finally wake up, because again, they were still asleep because there was no clock to tell time and the windows were covered. So they assumed it was still night. And they find this square, which is full of broken toys and the remains of the frogs who have fallen on the field. And what do they do? They just clean up. They roll up the sleeves and they start about cleaning. With such vigor that in less than an hour, the paving of the square was completely cleared and clean. And that's basically the resolution. So the very real and very concrete, pain of the animals is completely irrelevant. The broken toys, are swept up, and we have this interesting, aftermath evaluation of Tick and Tack, who are the two kings of toys. And Tick, who is meant to be the sensible one, says, we were foolish in pursuing the truth, in pursuing freedom. We were content enough while we were in the clock. Tack actually takes the other side, of course. I'm perfectly delighted to have been out. And Tick says, yeah, but now you're in or out, it's all the same to me. So, again, the individual desire of the toys is downplayed, but it is still kept ambiguous which one of these two perspectives is the most sensible one. And the conclusion of the novel revolves around this last gift of Mastro Odilone, which is this hen that lays eggs that are also clocks. So, in my reading of the story, I focused on the question of childhood and environmentalism, but of course, time is also a very prominent issue. The daytime is the time of humans, the nighttime is the time of toys. And here we have this toy that is actually mimicking an animal being. And the gifts she gives to humans is to have their own time. So the invention of the pocket watch in this world is the one that allows the humans to actually become really in control of their own destiny. And that's why I said that in this novel, anthropocentrism is put into question, but in the end, Rubino seems to actually reaffirm it as the natural way of being. And with it, I conclude. Thank you.
Yay.
Well, thank you so much for the presentation, and now we have some time for
A lot of time.
a lot of time for
They were
questions.
scared from before.
So much time. Do you want to sit here?
Sì, se volete sedervi anche tu, Julia, if you want to join them, so I can ask you the question.
Ready? Allora ci senti bene, no?
Sì, 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 vi sento.
Ti vediamo molto grande.
Ok.
Ok, ci sono... vabbè, prendo inglese. Do you have any questions or other questions? No. Bene, I can start.
Sì.
Also, like, do you want also to have the other panelists sitting? Because
If
maybe
they
we
want,
can
only if they
extend,
want
we can
to
extend
join.
the Q&A too, because we didn't have so much time
Se
before.
volete, insomma, please also consider that the questions can be also held in Italian, in case, just to push the audience to participate in case you're not confident enough in English.
Vabbè, posso iniziare io allora. Nel mio panel di questi interventi interessantissimi si è parlato molto di artificialità, quindi in vari aspetti, quindi abbiamo la parte del teatro, quindi per esempio che non ho capito bene, le uova, Andrea, erano wrapped in paper.
Sì, carta da imballaggio praticamente. Erano, sì, come a livello proprio di scenografia, di costumi di scena, erano tutti avvolti in questa carta da imballaggio che voleva rendere ancora più particolare in qualche modo, mettere un po' più in dubbio il loro la loro provenienza tra appunto umano e non umano.
Sì, mentre nell'intervento di Marzia anche abbiamo parlato di questa artificialità nel senso della forse più in maniera più consumeristica, diciamo, del termine, quindi c'è il Luna Park o comunque le slot machine, eccetera, mentre in quest'ultimo c'è ancora più artificialità, però è, non lo so, un po' più ibrido forse, mentre negli altri due mi sembrava che fosse un po' più binaria, come insomma artificio, non artificio. Quindi volevo chiedere a tutti e tre se volete elaborare un pochino questo concetto. Magari iniziando proprio da Andrea, visto che appunto hai parlato di queste uova e della carta, quindi in che modo questa carta, diciamo, interagisce con la parte organica.
Sì, allora diciamo che proprio l'idea, anche proprio dalla messa in scena e poi da come è stato sviluppato il testo, che come dicevo è un testo che a differenza di altri, poi in realtà è stata pubblicata una versione definitiva da Einaudi, scusate, assieme a un'altra messa in scena sempre di Schiavia che si chiama All'improvviso, quindi a un certo punto sulla carta hanno dovuto trovare una versione definitiva, però nella realtà è un testo che nell'idea dell'autore non nasceva già finito, ma si creava di volta in volta assieme agli attori nelle prove degli attori. Diciamo che la questione dell'artificialità viene sottolineata il legame più che altro con la natura, viene sottolineata da questa differenziazione per cui nella prima parte c'è un forte legame con la natura e rende queste creature appunto di cui che possiamo considerare un po' ibride in un certo senso, non viene stabilito, non viene raccontata la loro natura vera e propria. Il loro legame con la natura le rende in qualche modo più loro stesse, più genuine. Successivamente l'incontro che è rappresentato da questa grande mamma, questo essere imponente, creato con materiali di scarto, che rappresenta anche qui la società consumistica, come facevi riferimento anche rispetto a un altro speech, anche qui è poi l'entrata in scena della società consumistica, quindi e dell'uomo che per forza di cose rende meno genuine queste creature e in qualche modo, se vogliamo, per rientrare poi nel tema principale del convegno, le strappa dalla loro infanzia, insomma, e le obbliga un po' a conformarsi a quella che è la società consumistica.
Grazie. Marzia, se vuoi.
Sì, è interessante notare la differenza fra natura e corpo naturale, diciamo, e corpo artificiale in Gilda Musa, perché mi ha fatto pensare proprio a come lei rimarchi nell'Arma Invisibile l'artificialità come mancanza di socializzazione. Quindi l'impossibilità di creare una comunicazione stabile con ciò che ci circonda. E questo si manifesta sia nella descrizione che fa della città, di questa città, un enorme Luna Park, la chiamano la Las Vegas d'Europa, che è ramificata e penetrante, quindi permea completamente qualsiasi aspetto della vita sociale, però in una maniera che impone una distanza fra un individuo e ciò che lo circonda, appunto, perché è tutto mediato da questa artificialità, da questa ricerca spasmodica del consumismo, del successo, eccetera. E la stessa cosa succede negli androidi, che sono diffusi in ogni parte del parco, si occupano proprio della manutenzione del parco, sono efficientissimi nel loro lavoro e anche loro quindi sono ramificati proprio come organizzazione, però sono completamente incapaci di relazionarsi con gli altri. Ci sono diversi passaggi nel romanzo in cui i ragazzi passano davanti a un androide che sta lavorando e fanno notare, o meglio la narratrice, quindi Gilda Musa, fa notare all'interno della narrazione come loro non interagiscano con gli androidi perché tanto sarebbe inutile. Allo stesso tempo però, siccome gli androidi sono inseriti effettivamente nell'organizzazione del parco, proprio in questo collettivo che è umano e non umano, si rivela fondamentale il loro aiuto, sempre in virtù di quello che è stato loro insegnato al momento della programmazione, si rivela fondamentale comunque per risolvere diciamo il caso che sta al centro del romanzo, quindi appunto queste minacce, questa malattia che viene portata da antagonisti. Però è molto interessante effettivamente come l'artificialità elimini del tutto la dimensione collettiva, la dimensione sociale e collettiva, e si vede in entrambe queste descrizioni.
Sì, infatti. Però mi sembrava, per esempio, rispetto all'intervento di Alessio, che non so, sembrava un po' che in Tic e Tac ci fosse questa piramide dove ci sono i bambini, i giocattoli e gli animali, mentre qua ci sono gli animali, vengono al secondo posto, diciamo. Cioè
Sì.
la parte naturale comunque ha più, diciamo,
esatto, ha un legame più forte,
un legame più
proprio per
forte.
questo, perché c'è questo collettivo che io definisco un collettivo animista, usando sempre comunque il linguaggio scientifico di Descola, proprio perché è basato sul fatto che ci sono fisicalità diverse, fisicità diverse e interiorità uguali, mentre nell'altro caso, nel caso degli androidi, è proprio l'opposto, è l'interiorità che cambia e quindi non riescono a entrare appieno dentro questo collettivo. Quindi sì, è assolutamente binaria la separazione. Cioè si reitera quella dicotomia natura-cultura che però è contestata in tutto il resto del romanzo.
Sì, esatto.
Molto bello.
Sì, è interessantissimo.
Beh, comunque Gilda Musa...
Tanta roba.
Beh, adesso.
No, sì, allora, effettivamente hai ragione che si genera questa sorta di gerarchia implicita, in cui alla fine appunto viene riaffermato che gli umani devono stare al vertice, e tra balocchi e rane, è lasciato un po' implicito, ma una cosa che le distingue in maniera evidente, secondo me, è l'uso della parola. Ovvero, fondamentalmente gli animali in questa narrazione non parlano. Quella che ho citato credo che sia l'unica battuta del re dei rospi che dice fondamentalmente sono al vostro servizio. Viceversa, quello che fanno i balocchi è, come si dice, protestare per i loro diritti. E appunto c'è questa grande questione finale, hanno fatto bene, hanno fatto male. Una cosa che non ho specificato nel mio intervento è che nella conclusione, che avviene un anno dopo la battaglia, si dice che qualcosa l'hanno ottenuto perché durante quell'anno nessun giocattolo era stato rotto. Quindi in qualche modo il narratore di questa storia sembra essere un pro giocattoli in maniera moderata, cioè loro avevano ragione, però comunque non esageriamo. E quello che mi è venuto in mente adesso, non so se fosse quello che Rubino intendeva, ma è un atteggiamento che mi sembra molto simile all'atteggiamento predominante in questi anni verso l'altro coloniale. Cioè l'individuo di altre razze, l'individuo appunto colonizzato, ha una sua dignità. Cioè molto spesso negli ambienti intellettuali del primo Novecento si dice no, comunque li vedete diversi, però anche loro hanno un cuore, ma non è mai messo in discussione che appunto il white man burden, noi siamo quelli che nel nostro destino dobbiamo comandarli, ma è importante farlo in maniera umana. Quindi è un po' quello l'approdo ideologico in cui arriviamo anche verso questa questione della vita artificiale.
Vino anche ci ha regalato Tidna Danna, anche,
Sì.
giusto?
Esatto.
Lavoro. Non so se avete presente. No, è vabbè, un fumetto era coloniale. Sì, molto con blackface, eccetera. No, però mi è venuto in mente perché appunto stavo pensando anche per esempio a Babar, eccetera, dove appunto l'animalità è vista come primitività nel senso di appunto soggetto colonizzato, quindi mi sembrava che qua si fosse riproposta, quindi comunque l'antropocentrismo è anche coloniale, così, quindi interessante. Ci sono altre domande anche da casa?
Io
No,
avrei una domanda per Alessio, però non sto ancora cercando di rielaborarla nella mia testa. Soprattutto volevo ringraziarti per la tua presentazione, mi è piaciuta un sacco, mi sono un sacco divertita anche, devo dire. Ma infatti stavo pensando a questo aspetto di produzione, e stavo magari cercando qualche elemento di appunto magari una specie di critica al consumismo, magari c'è anche questo elemento che appunto possiamo anche legare alla questione di ambiente, alla questione ambientale. E poi l'altro che mi è venuto in mente è una specie di, ma appunto quello non riesco ancora magari verbalizzarlo tanto bene, ma è la questione di una specie di cacciata dall'Eden, magari qualche intuizione anche un po' biblica che c'è in questo racconto, sai, appunto di creare, della creazione divina, poi sì, lo lascio così
No,
perché
però sì, c'è
un'intuizione.
assolutamente. Sì, anche perché appunto sono tutte queste coppie maschio e femmina che insomma ricalcano un po' Adamo
Anche
ed Eva.
quello, sì.
E anche, non credo ve l'ho specificato, ma il motivo per cui il bambino finisce per rompere la bambola lei è perché c'è questo personaggio che è Mastro Zizzania, che è tipo il rivale di Mastro Dilone, che a un certo punto compare con un cappello nascosto e dice al bambino: ma rompili per vedere come sono fatti. Che chiaramente è un analogo del
Sì,
serpente
infatti,
dell'Eden.
chiaro.
Quindi c'è sempre questo, insomma, archetipo biblico dietro,
Ok.
sicuramente sì.
Ok. E secondo te appunto qualche critica al consumismo magari
Sì,
c'è?
sicuramente sì, perché possiamo leggere appunto questo invito a non rompere i giocattoli, che alla fine, se pensiamo al pubblico infantile come, insomma, un sotto-target di riferimento, la morale immediata è quella, cioè fate attenzione a non rompere i giocattoli, perché insomma... ma l'altro parallelo che mi fa venire in mente è che più o meno negli stessi anni c'è un testo molto che ha delle similarità, che è Rur di Čapek, che è il primo, è un dramma teatrale, il primo in cui compare la parola robot, e anche lì c'è la rivolta delle macchine, quindi, ed è sempre negli anni 20, quindi si vede che in quegli anni c'era quel tipo di pensiero nell'aria.
Mhm. Grazie.
No, prego.
Fantastico.
Beh, ovviamente, we have a question on Ortese, of course, I cannot avoid it. No,
Io mi
lo
sono
dico...
già dimenticata.
Ah, no, io no, io dimentico tutto tranne Ortese purtroppo.
Oddio.
No, più che altro l'ho scritta in inglese, però insomma
Me
puoi
la puoi fare
rispondere.
anche in inglese, me la puoi fare in
Sì, insomma,
italiano?
poi vedi tu, insomma, come ti piacerebbe
Vediamo.
rispondere.
Rispondo in tutte e due le
No, the fact that I really like the quotation by Baba on the third space as a liminal and in between space of cultural interaction with where meaning and identity are not fixed but constantly, negotiated, which is, as you know, is perfect for Ortese.
Yes.
Where, as we said before, thresholds are continuously crossed, and even identities, these characters that are not fixed identities. So I was wondering to what extent can the concept of the third space that you presented as rooted in post-colonial theories of cultural hybridity can be found in other Ortese's work.
Another thesis work. Oh, Dio.
Anche racconti, short novel, short stories, or I don't know if you have found other
Yeah,
attestazioni di questo tipo.
yeah, it's a really è una
Even in a non-post-colonial extent, other forms of third spaces.
not
only post-colonial, esattamente.
questa è
Quella più
bellissima,
bella.
dai, però ci devo pensare. Ma magari partendo proprio dall'iguana e da quello di cui abbiamo anche brevemente parlato durante la pausa, un altro protagonista fortemente radicato in quest'ottica è il Puma Alonso, che vive anche lui questa fusione con Decio, che è questa figura del bambino nel romanzo. E sì, e quindi è è la prima cosa che mi viene in mente. L'altro è una domanda, per carità, cioè, vastissima, dovrei pensarci. Ma continuando un po' il tema di appunto di questo dittico di cui abbiamo parlato, cioè la mia intuizione è appunto che l'iguana che Alonso e i Visionari, che è l'ultimo romanzo di Ortese, è un po' la riscrittura, una specie di riscrittura molto matura di Iguana. Ciò che è per me particolarmente interessante è la questione di sradicamento, di displacement, perché, perché, perché anche l'iguana, anche se non è tanto esplorato, è una figura che è sradicata, cioè lei sembra l'abitante di quest'isola, ma in realtà è stata, tra virgolette, trasportata, è stata comprata, e anche con la figura del puma, cioè, ne sto parlando come se fosse ovvio, scusate, ma c'è, per dirla breve, c'è questa figura dell'animale, un animale esotico trovato in Arizona, che anche questo animale viene trasportato in Italia, sì, perché appunto, no?
È
Quindi
vero, questo si lega molto bene a dire il vero il discorso del third space, proprio perché c'è tutto un discorso sullo straniamento di Ortese
sì,
che
sì.
attraversa tutta la sua esistenza, da quando è bambina nella Tripoli e poi da Tripoli entra...
Appunto,
esatto.
sì,
Poi c'è anche
lei
il...
ha questa storia coloniale molto scritta anche
Esatto.
nella sua biografia, scusami.
No, no,
No,
lo dici meglio tu, quindi
no,
sì,
no.
è così. Cioè, mi chiedeva appunto, questo erano gli altri extent, no, del third space, che secondo me in Ortese possono essere attraversati. Sicuramente c'è la parte dell'estraniamento, c'è la parte anche postumana, c'è la parte postcoloniale, che è un argomento sì che prima hai fatto vedere molto giustamente il contributo di Gian Maria Novi, che è molto bello, l'ho affrontato recentemente un'altra mia amica, Angela Bubba, in cui lavora proprio sull'archetipo del nativo americano, che io poi ho ripreso... Sì, non ci siamo incontrati a livello ci siamo poi incontrati lì nella pubblicazione, a dire il vero, che non siamo così crossed. Però sì, poi c'è ancora una parte che tu ben sai inesplorata di Ortese all'archivio, che andrebbe appunto portata in auge, segnando la Marie Curie, magari lo faccio io. Questo è qua. È una storia vera.
Ci sono altre domande?
Io ho una domanda per Nunzia. È una piccola curiosità. Hai parlato del fatto che nella prima edizione non c'erano illustrazioni per volontà dell'autrice, che poi Mondadori invece ha voluto mettere delle illustrazioni. E hai anche parlato del fatto che la descrizione della metamorfosi del bambino in aquila è molto lunga, molto dettagliata. Nelle illustrazioni come sono riusciti a rendere questa metamorfosi? Come l'hanno resa? Che impatto ha dal punto di vista, diciamo, dell'influenza sulla lettura proprio?
Sì, diciamo che di nuovo lei non voleva illustrazioni perché voleva che il prodotto fosse venduto non come libro per bambini, ma in realtà come una storia di più ampio respiro, quindi leggibile, anzi consigliabile per adulti. Ed è il motivo per cui Ben Porra nella prima edizione pretende che ci sia un sottotitolo con favola candida, quindi dice il prodotto va messo sul mercato, dobbiamo indirizzare il lettore sul tipo di prodotto che comprano. Mondadori, con cui insomma Eni Vivanti non ha un rapporto idilliaco scrittore-editore, devo dire, e infatti si lasceranno malissimo, lui ad un certo punto smetterà di rispondere completamente alle sue lettere, pretende che ci siano delle illustrazioni perché giustamente deve vendere il prodotto. Mondadori è un finissimo commerciante, quindi sa esattamente come vendersi. Però se ti posso dire che le illustrazioni vadano di pari passo con la descrizione così lunga e così minuziosa della metamorfosi, in realtà no. Viene dedicata una, forse due tavole alla trasformazione, Nella prima, se non vado errato, c'è Bobby, il ragazzino, con solo una parte trasformata, nella seconda Bobby completamente con le fattezze di un'aquila di fatto. Quindi in realtà non vanno proprio di pari passo, sono poche tavole rispetto poi al contenuto del libro. Però secondo me è molto interessante il fatto che lei, nonostante in realtà riprenda un filone narrativo assolutamente tipico della letteratura per l'infanzia, voglia poi discostarsene nella vendita del prodotto. Perché prima appunto menzionavo come influenze non soltanto Carol e Collodi, ma per esempio ho dimenticato di menzionare anche Bilbo il Bull del Corriere dei Piccoli, che è esattamente quello, cioè è parlato figurato o comunque metaforico che si concretizza e diventa realtà di fatto. E quindi sì, è abbastanza, diciamo, contraddittoria come scelta, secondo me, dal punto di vista autoriale di Anni Vivanti. Anche, non so, anche la metamorfosi del ragazzino in aquila in realtà si pone in netta contrapposizione rispetto, per esempio, alla metamorfosi, non so se ne parlavo proprio con te prima, di Lucignolo in Collodi. Quindi
Sì. Come se fosse un rovesciamento
esatto, un
prospettiva,
totale
esatto.
rovesciamento della lettura, per cui secondo me è molto particolare come scelta, perché insomma lei era un po' così sopra le righe, diciamo.
Grazie mille.
No, grazie a te per la domanda.
Okay. We are in perfect, we're respecting the timings perfectly. So I think we can close this second panel. Thank you to our panelists. It was great. It was fantastic. Thank you very much. Quindi io un applauso lo faccio. Thank you everyone for being here again. It's truly an honor to introduce Viola Di Grado, whose work inspired my symposium and sparked my new research on post-human childhoods. Viola was only 23 when she published her first novel, 70 acrilico e 30 lana, a work that had an immediate impact on her career and has been translated into 7 languages. Over the years, she has published 5 more novels, establishing herself as one of the most talented, distinctive, and compelling voices of our generation. I'm genuinely delighted to have her here. I also have the honor to share stage with Olga Campofreda, my brilliant friend and colleague. Olga is an exceptional scholar and a wonderful writer. She holds a PhD from UCL, where she worked on Pier Vittorio Tondelli, a project that led her to her monograph, Dalla generazione all'individuo, giovinezza, identità e impegno, nell'opera di Pier Vittorio Tondelli. And together we also co-edited the special issue Italian Girlhoods and other brilliant friends for the peer-reviewed journal Altre Lettere. In 2023, she made her debut as a novelist with Ragazze per Bene, officially inaugurating her career as a remarkable writer. And she's currently working on a second novel, collaborates with several cultural newspapers and online blogs, and curates the annual New Literary Club founded and directed by Miuccia Prada. So, the first time I met Viola Di Grado was at the Istituto Italiano di Cultura during a presentation she held with more writers. Our exchange was brief. We talked briefly about books and shared interests, but I believe that I truly caught her attention when I mentioned my research on Anna Maria Ortese and the non-human. She immediately asked me about my favorite novel by Ortese, and my answer could only be Alonso I Visionari. Now, I won't attempt here a critical discourse on Ortese, per l'amor di Dio, but let me just say that while Ortese is often read for Il mare non bagna Napoli and L'Iguana, fewer readers venture into her later work, especially Alonso I Visionari, which I consider her most complete novel. In this novel, Ortese constructs a dark and visionary world shaped by what she called an ethics of rescue, un'etica del soccorso, where the figure of the puma becomes an archetype of the universal suffering. And this is precisely what Viola grasps in Ortese. I immediately felt a deep affinity between Ortese and Viola in their attention to the fragility of beings, in their ethical commitment to the non-human, and in their exploration of the traumatic experience of being human in a world where we often feel estranged unable to fully recognize ourselves within a society that marginalizes the most vulnerable. And this is also what her novel Fuoco al Cielo has meant to me. The novel draws inspiration from real historical events, namely the Kishtim disaster, a nuclear accident in the Soviet Union caused by the explosion of a tank of radioactive waste at the Mayak nuclear facility. This is a courageous work that centers on the profound trauma of its protagonist, Tamara, a woman raised in a contaminated environment marked by loss, illness, and abandonment. Her suffering is inscribed in her body and in a denied, broken experience of motherhood, leaving her unable to make sense of reality or sustain stable relationships. She oscillates constantly between a desperate need for love and an equally strong impulse to escape it. And in the central part of the novel, the discovery by Tamara of a mysterious creature in the forest, possibly a being deformed by radiation or something altogether other, inscribed in the otherness, becomes a turning point. Tamara is pushed by her need for care and love, transforming trauma into an extreme act of acceptance. And the creature thus embodies a fragile yet tangible possibility of redemption. It does not erase pain, but it reconfigures it into a relationship, into responsibility toward another living being. So, three key elements emerge here, in my opinion. A rethinking of the non-human in a world on the verge of collapse, an original trauma that generates the narrative's most devastating developments, and childhood as a space of mutation and loss. In Fuoco al Cielo, non-humanity is tied to radioactive contamination, which deforms bodies and destabilizes the very concept of human identity. The body becomes a site of horror, placing the child in a liminal state between life and death. And a similar reflection emerges also in the 2016 novel Bambini di Ferro, where childhood is portrayed as a deeply altered condition. Children grow up without parents, entrusted to a system of artificial surrogate motherhood composed of technological mothers designed to educate and shape perfect individuals. And this model eliminates physical and emotional contact, replacing the maternal care with a cold, programmed, and impersonal system. The protagonist, Yuki, embodies the consequences of this structure. She carries within herself an emotional void and a fragile sense of identity shaped by an absence of authentic love. As an adult, her relationship with an orphaned child, Sumiko, opens up the possibility of rediscovering a different form of motherhood. One that is not artificial but emotional and relational, an attempt to rebuild genuine bonds and restore childhood that have been taken from it. So this novel can be situated within a broader landscape of post-human narratives that challenge the binary opposition between human and non-human. The figure of the hybrid reflects the need to rethink human ontology in relational and processual terms, as suggested by Rosi Braidotti, who describes the human as a node of interconnections and an entity constantly redefined through its relations with the non-human. And similarly, the concept of transcorporeality developed by Stacy Alaimo emphasizes this interconnection between human bodies and the environment, challenging the divide between nature and culture and offering a framework for rethinking identity in relation to ecosystems and other living beings. Now, I won't take any more of your time. I would like for Viola to give you more insights into her imagery and literary world. So thank you again, Viola, for being here.
I might go off script, but I just start with what I wrote down. So, there was a time when humans did not stand outside nature, that inside it, like any other force among forces. And so I kind of want to start from that forgotten position. In the earliest prehistoric narratives, humans, especially women, of course, were not seen as separate from the landscape. In fact, the very concept of landscape had no reason to exist. Because, of course, it is only by turning something into an inert object that you can make it a background. So humans were seen as forces within nature, creative, destructive, transformative. They did not stand above nature, and they did not stand outside it. And indeed, that was closer to the truth than our current perspective. Because, I mean, if you think about it from an ecological point of view, humans are not separate from other organisms. We are part of the same system. In many parts of the world, separation from nature also has strong socio-political roots. In China and Japan, for instance, the word for nature, which is Zheran in Chinese and Shizen in Japanese, and which literally means self-becoming, only emerges in relation to modernization and the abandonment of older cosmologies. So basically, they turned into so-called modern societies following the lead of the West, and that's when they had to find a word for what they were parting from. Because obviously we only need words for things we have begun to part from. And so that's where it starts, where the violence starts, the separation starts. And so this whole idea, the idea of the impossibility of separating the human from the non-human, because we are one, is something that runs through my work. For example, in Hollow Heart, it's been a while now. I think I published it when I was 25. But anyway, in Hollow Heart, it's so basically the protagonist. She's 25 and she's quite depressed. She kills herself, and that actually happens at the beginning. So I wasn't actually concerned with what happened in her life per se. So the novel takes place after she kills herself, and what happens basically is that the boundary between human and nature collapses, because that's what happens, of course, when a body starts decomposing underneath the earth. And that's what Dorothea does. She goes to visit her own body in a very sort of, it's not morbid, it's like a very compassionate way to approach herself, some sort of extreme and literal introspection, you might say. And so she observes that, right? She observes the absence of boundaries. So because watching her body, she sees the human just mixing with what is not human. And so the very self, the very notion of self actually sort of collapse. And she was only 25, so she was young. She was still in many ways unformed. She grew up with a photographer mother who used to take pictures of her in which she looked undistinguishable from the background. So she always had this idea of herself of like an undeterminate nature. And so ironically, that's what she ends up being, like very prematurely, because she dies and then she lives in this undeterminate, afterlife, which is very similar to her life, but it's a space where she has this chance to actually see things from a different perspective and see, the very matter of her body change and just the dissipating nature. And so, in this sense, I think because she was already, because of the indeterminacy of her, because of the indeterminacies of youth in general, it's like she, it's like, it's that space when you can be anything. You can, in Dorothea's case, she can be anything, she decides to be nothing, but at the same time, she becomes everything. So that's just like, that's like the mystical aspect of the novel, because she actually becomes just one element. Her body becomes just one element among all the other elements, natural and non-natural. And so it's a lot about transformation. It's a lot about transforming into the landscape, into what is not self. And I think in a time where identities are like very fixed labels, pushed forward and monetized, like brands, transformation can be, along with actually being indeterminate, can be a very strong sort of political tool. The very act of observing, like she observing herself, becomes is what in the end allows her to discover self-compassion. So it's actually losing the self that she managed to feel good about herself, which she couldn't do when she was alive. So it's when the self dies that you can actually start to appreciate it. And so her body, of course, no longer exists as like a defined entity, a closed entity. It merges with the environment, it becomes matter among other matter. And this new perspective, being both inside and outside the body, and both subject and object, present and absent, this is what actually, all dismantling of boundaries is actually what saves her in the end. And I think in general, I always had this idea that this is what actually helps us in the end. I mean, we're fed all these narratives all the time, especially by social media and social media psychology, about like finding yourself, chasing yourself, and as if the self was some sort of project. And I always thought that was like completely insane. First, because it sees the self as something that just exists on its own, and just the rest of it is just obliterated. So everyone just cultivate this project, and also also I think that's not. What heals the self cannot be inside the self. So basically. I think most of what is wrong is actually what we end up finding by, self-analysis and introspection and blah, blah, blah. And so, so I think that actually this idea of like a stable autonomous self is actually an illusion. I kind of agree with the old Buddhist narratives about how the self is like many birds just gathering and forming like a picture of a giant bird. And I think this is also in Bambini di Ferro at some point, I say this. And so we are all entangled, and I don't mean just among humans because this is obvious. I mean, everybody knows that. And but I mean with every sort of matter, like even non-human matter. And of course, at a certain point in history, we just decided to forget this. And that's when the divine and the supernatural were kind of pushed upwards into the sky, and so the idea of God were pushed into the sky, and so nothing divine is here, everything is just up there in heaven, and earth becomes this like dull, prosaic place. And so that's how reality actually lost its poetry. And we are no longer part of the world, we are just here to dominate it, blah, blah. And nature is just a resource. And animals are objects, of course. The environment is something to exploit and not to inhabit. And of course, in ancient cultures, it wasn't the case. And everything was more like sort of everything was becoming together. And if we look at mythology, most characters in mythology are just very fluid in many ways. And so, well, as for childhood and youth, of course, so why the protagonists in Bambini di Ferro are children, or why there's a child in the middle of Focal is, of course, children and very young people they can be powerful in that sense because they are not fixed yet. Their identities are not fixed, also, so they still have this possibility to transform. And their boundaries are still unstable, especially the one between the self and the world. And so this is why they can function as some forms of resistance, not because they oppose something, but because they exist outside some of the structures that make domination possible. And so this brings me to Focal. So Focal, I didn't invent the story. So this is one of the cases where reality is even more insane than any story we can invent, because actually that's what happened. Like a woman was like the village's mad woman, that's how they called her. She hears a voice in her head, and she finds this creature, this child, in the most contaminated place on earth, and she decides to look after this child. But this child nothing is more non-determined than him, because it has no genitals or belly bottom. It's just something else. And so we still don't know. He was probably the result of radiation, human destruction, because we are, as Marco said, in a very contaminated place. Or maybe he was an alien, who knows. And so that's why it's kind of a rupture in the system, because it cannot be classified. He's not human, he's not non-human. What is it? We still don't know. and he's both very lovable, like a child, and the product of human destruction. And of course, only a child could be these two things at the same time. So he is not fully formed into social meaning, of course. He is a symbol of destruction and destruction of nature, destruction of, well, everything. And so in this sense, it's like childhood taken to an extreme, like a living trace of violence. So not only the violence against nature, but the violence of definition itself, so our need to categorize, to stabilize, and so, and this whole idea that I was mentioning before, like the violence of be yourself, construct yourself, optimize yourself, sell yourself into the world, which I think is really horrible. Also because how far can we intervene in ourself because it stops being the self? So this is a good question. And in fact, technology is already pushing this further because we are actually augmenting the self in many ways. And so we are actually becoming otherwise. But of course, in Focalcello, becoming otherwise is an imposition. These people live in these contaminated cities and villages, and they just get ill. They just give birth to deformed children. It's just awful. But anyway, the environment, one thing the environment is not in the book and in the story is, of course, a backdrop, a landscape. It's not a landscape because it acts, it just forms, it's radiation, it's creating illness, and it's, of course, it destroys. So human destruction becomes nature, destruction by nature. And while in Bambini di Ferro, so the thing is in Bambini di Ferro is we are in Japan, and kids are raised by these robot mothers in order to become happy adults, adults that can be functional in society. And of course, and so the similarity is that with Focalcello is that the child there is also something that you cannot describe, because the children in Bambini di Ferro are just the product of this experiment. So the experiment of robot mothers giving unconditional love to these children, but this unconditional love was just programmed, and so they themselves are like some sort of product. And well, I could go on and on. I guess I don't even know how long I've been talking about, so I don't know.
20 minutes, or if you want.
Or maybe I can start with my first comments,
yes.
and we can move on
Yes.
with other with questions and with second part of your talk.
Let's
go. It's yours.
Well, I mean, it's not a secret. I am a big fan of Viola Di Grado's work since the very, very beginning. I am actually holding a record of probably the person that has been in conversation with you the most every time there is a new book out. So I feel like I am somehow, keeping, looking after these stories that are evolving before my very eyes, and this is a great privilege, really, because since the very beginning of our conversations, I was really struck by the way you already had a very clear idea before this concept of post-human became into the mainstream of this separation between the self, the human self, and nature and the animals. You always had a very strong, passionate sensibility for nature and animals and the realm that is beyond our human universe. So once again, I love the way you open your talk by saying that at the very beginning humans were not seen as separated from the landscape, because this really summarize very much the majority of your work. You can really see the violence of this separation, and this made me think of something that you said during a talk that you had in Milan a couple of years ago with Selby Winch-Bars and Jean Lugo. At some point, it was about Sibilla Leramo, but at some point you moved toward the discussion upon the self, and you said, modern society is always encouraging us to find yourself, but I don't want to find to find myself. I want to get lost. I want to lose myself. And now it's even more clear to me what you meant is I want to lose myself as an individual and go back to that unity that you were talking about at the very beginning. So having said that, I am a scholar who mainly studied coming of age, Bildungsroman, so my question is going to be very much in that field. It's true, humans and nature were together at some point at first, but then at some point technology came and society came and capitalism came, and the coming of age novel is very much connected to the rise of capitalism and to the bourgeoisie as a class that made the capitalistic society what it is right now. So this story of the individual becoming himself, herself, with also the female coming of age books, it's strongly connected to the idea of going more and more and more further away from nature. So the coming of age, seeing from this point of view, is the story of how we basically emancipate ourselves, emancipate with a lot of, marks around, emancipate ourselves from an original natural state. My question for you now is, can we imagine, or is it about time to imagine a new form of a coming of age novel that is an ecological coming of age? And how would you imagine such a form, such a story? I think your stories are possibly very much an ecological coming of age story. I'm thinking of Hollow Heart, for example. No? The protagonist, Dorothea, is just about to become a woman. She is, how old is she in the story?
25.
25. She's 25, so but she is still very much an older teenager, let's say. She is not emancipated as an individual, and their coming of age is going back to nature. So what are your thoughts about it?
Yeah, no, it's very interesting to think about that. So I'd like to think of an ecological coming of age that happens by going back to nature. I think, no, it's very interesting. I've never thought of Hollow Heart in that sense, but it makes total sense. I think I haven't thought about that in that terms because I've always been more interested in more than in coming of age stories, in like the opposite, like something in going backwards, something regressing back to some state. So I've always been more interested in regression than in some sort of progression. But of course, so Hollow Heart works in both senses because it's regression. You can see it as a progression because it's actually, it is a progression because through all the process that she goes through death and decomposition, she actually, as I said, finds compassion. So it is a coming of age story after all, which I haven't talked
Also
about.
because she is conscious, she is aware, she is talking about her own decomposition, she is aware of every single step of the transformation of her body and the merging of her body with the nature around it. So that's incredible. It's not just a corpse, it's a living corpse. Because even when a body is a dead body, still is part of the nature, so we still can say that it's living.
Yeah, no, I absolutely love the idea of it as an ecological story. Absolutely. I think that's, if you think about it, there's been a lot, I don't think it's a coincidence that in the last, say, 10 years maybe, there's been a lot of novels actually concerned with some sort of transformation between human and non-human. And of course, the most famous is probably The Vegetarian. And but there's been many others, like less famous, but there's been many others. And I think so something must have like unlocked at some point while we were trying to, you know, make sense of what's happening to the planet. And so, and probably we have a lot of like, I don't know, like subconscious feelings that we're not like 100% aware of. And so that's where literature usually helps, because it makes them, I love the sounds of this, you know, the wind howling, it's perfect. So with literature, so all these feelings that you're not aware of, that they just come to the surface. And so I think that's why, you know, these novels, we've seen characters just becoming non-human.
And I have another question that is one step probably further from your talk, but also connected. We were talking about technology and how much technology today is helping each individual to become even more separated, even more themselves, if we may, you know. I was talking yesterday to this fantastic scholar, Olga Gurinova, who is the author of this monography called Ideal Subjects, the new people of AI. And she made me realize how, of course, we know we are all being profiled for the algorithm, and what we see on our feeds, on Instagram or YouTube, is specific for us. So we are, you know, separated from the group even more because we see things that are tailored directly on us. So the sense of community, the sense of belonging is threatened by this system. But
No, social media actually, we're really,
yeah, but at the same time, you are on social media. You at first, when Midjourney came out, you had this experimentation with it. You made a lot of very interesting experiments with it. How do you think that this technology can also has also a positive aspect beside separating us from being a whole? Are any, you know, positive aspect that you can?
That's an important question, because of course most of the aspects are negative in social media, and but I think
Also in AI, yeah.
no, I thought you were saying in social media.
In social media, but also AI, because you were using it and you were quite enthusiastic about it. So
so
you
these
can
are two
still
separate
feel like
things.
that.
Yeah. No, AI, I'm really concerned, honestly. Very much concerned. I started being really concerned when I read that short story on The Guardian, published, written by an AI. That was a bit traumatic for me because the story was really good. And so I don't know, I started wondering. I mean, now that I thought about it for like months and months, I think I changed my mind a bit. I am now convinced that that story wasn't actually written by an AI. I think it was written, yes, technically by an AI, but with, but like constantly adjusted by many prompts.
Yeah.
I don't think, and so that's a big difference.
Yeah.
I don't think it was just, it just came out like a flow from that's. I don't think so. I don't want to believe it. I don't think so. AI, I'm really concerned about AI because, it came. I was already concerned before AI about what's happening and what's been happening to art for a long time, literature in particular, but art in general. I mean, there's no place for it anymore. I don't want to be really depressing, but that's the truth. There's no real place for it. And so now it's all about what sells, and this has been the case for a long time. But now the step after that was that what sells is what you can relate to. And that's where social media actually had a big impact because it helps this thing actually become a thing. And so basically, when people buy a book, they don't want to find a new sort of word. And that's what
They don't want to lose themselves.
they don't
in the
want to
work.
lose themselves.
They want to
They
find
want
them.
find a confirmation of themselves. They want to see a mirror. They don't want to learn anything new.
To feel safe.
They want to feel safe. They want to see what they already know. They want to feel comforted. So these are all things that actually have nothing to do with literature. They're actually the opposite of literature. And so when AI started to really exist, and it was the perfect moment because you can use it to. I see ads all the time saying publish your book write your book in 2 days with AI, which of course is of course you don't write it, so it's also not correct, but that's what is happening. So the only positive thing I can think about in AI is when it's used to, there are cases where it was used to actually find solutions to medical problems. And so lives were saved by people who were failed by the medical system, and they tried to find their own answers with AI, and they actually found them. But this is not, of course, like a story of everyday life. It's like you also have to know what to ask. You also have to use it in a proper way.
Yeah, sorry, I detoured a little bit the focus.
No, it's okay. No, actually, this is perfect.
Marco, maybe
because-
if you want.
No, it's something you said that very interesting. I'd like to follow up this intuition that you had on the fact that your work seemed to anticipate themes that we actually study throughout scholarly contributions now, like eco-criticism, post-humanism, and non-human studies. And that's why I'd like to point out a specific aspect of your work. I'd like to ask you if the non-human in your work often appears as something wounded or contaminated. Should we read this as a critique of a human violence, or as a more radical redefinition of what life itself means?
Yeah, the first one. Mainly, I think now in nature we see a reflection of human violence. And our own culture is constructed on violence against animals, like our food. Comes from slaughtering animals. And so this is, the violence of our system that we just take for granted and we think is normal. So when we actually, it's weird. People can just walk through the forest and then meet a dog and pet a dog, and then just to see a fox and smile because the fox is beautiful, and then they go back home and they just eat a slaughtered pig. So there's this like huge cognitive dissonance that we were raised with. So even when we don't see it, when we don't perceive it, that nature is actually the violence that we need against it.
There is also this animalistic, sphere of your work and your commitment towards animals. There is a very interesting aspect of your work. And you also mentioned, the theme of identity. So your character often seem unable to stabilize their identity. And I want to ask if this instability is a condition of contemporary existence or something more extreme and exceptional. I don't know if it's...
I think I'm just very interested in identity, because I think we really don't know enough about the self. I think there are so many things inside us, and so what we perceive as the self is just, one of the possible expression of what's inside ourselves. And so when I think about identities a lot, and how language represents different identities. And so it's just more interesting to me to think about how our identities fragment. I'm not really interested in normal.
You said labels before, fixed labels. You think of identities as something open, which is great. And there's also another aspect of your work that I was very interested to, the motherhood, the aspect of motherhood. So motherhood in your work often appears as denied, artificial, or fractured. These are the main aspects that I grasped. Are you interested in reconstructing it, or in questioning the category itself?
Well, that's a good question, I guess. I guess I don't know. I don't know if I want to reconstruct it or just destruct it. I don't know. I'll let you know once I figure out.
Grazie.
I have a question, Viola, and this is very much about your. It's an aesthetic question, I guess. It's this attraction in your writing toward the disgusting, the awful, the monstrous. This is a question that I already asked you some time ago, and I think it fits very well in this environment. Somehow, we were talking about some descriptions that you had in the Maravecca about the rubbish in the city where the protagonist was working, and that led me to all the monstrous figures. Starting from the corpse decomposing to the non-human creature in Fuoco al Cielo. What is your relation to the non-beautiful, to the non-canonically, stereotypically beautiful? Is there an awareness? I'm sure that there is, but is there a poetic behind this triumph of the disgusting, of the forgotten, the darkness?
I think I used to have a column on Linus, the magazine, that was called Monster, and it was all about monsters. And what I meant there was, I wasn't actually talking about monsters. I was talking about people who existed in the past that were considered unconventional or just misunderstood, because I was actually using monster in the original way, which would actually meant something out of the ordinary. And then at some point, monster started to mean something awful, something horrible. But this wasn't the original meaning. Originally, it only meant something out of the ordinary.
But of course, because when the ordinary became
what we have to look at, what we have to strive
Exactly,
for.
exactly.
most-
So I guess what's at the core of my interest in this is that it's just that I'm interested in anything that is out of the ordinary. I'm deeply uninterested in the convention and conventional things, standards, beauty, ways of being. Yes, everything. And I just found it very uninteresting and boring. And so I guess that's where it starts for me, just to look at the, you know, the part of reality that is not like that, because that's, yeah.
I guess that if I have caught the pattern of your reasoning, also beauty can be considered a form of violence. Because it's something you have to fit in according to the normal.
For some reason, I don't know why, but for some reason now, if we were talking about social media, for some reason now my Instagram is flooded with cosmetic surgery. I don't know why. I guess I watched at some point. I watched the video, and I watched because it was really extreme. And then now it's like 1,000 videos. And what really strikes me, and this is now a loop because I keep looking at them, and so I keep showing them to me. And why I keep looking at them, because I find it incredible that I like. There's nothing. I mean, there's nothing. Strange in someone wanting to do like a nose job or anything. If you got a nose that you think is too big, I mean, it's your choice. It's not. But the thing is, 99% of these videos actually show women who have absolutely nothing wrong, and I don't mean it in a very like indulgent way. Like, this is not me being like everyone is beautiful. That's not what I think. I just think yes, I just think, I mean, even in conventional terms, that's what I mean, these women are good looking. Like, I'm not saying like, okay, you should keep your enormous nose. No, I'm not saying that. But these are people with very regular features, but they still go through surgery and they do like 3, 4, 5 procedures just because they don't think that they think their uniqueness is something that goes against what is considered beauty, and they think they have to look like, you know, Barbie, and so they ruin their faces. And then at first they have like, they're good looking and interesting, and then they're just, you know, they're just like very small noises, and then everything is just, they just have do this like lifting, like 3 parts lifting in their faces, and I don't know, it's just so mysterious to me.
Luckily, it takes just one Sophie dog video to see a lot of Sophie dogs instead of the.
Yep. Are there questions from the audience for Viola?
I have a question. Well, thank you for the talk. It was really interesting, and I thought that the point on the separation, when you mention Chinese and Japanese ways of calling nature, and how that act of calling actually means that we're separating from nature and from landscape. That made me think about language as a practice, as an artistic practice. And this is something I sometimes struggle with, and I was wondering how you deal with this. Do you think that words will just reinforce this gap between us and nature? Or do you think that there is a way to repair the gap, or to find self-compassion, or is there any way that we can like
I mean, I hope so. I think for example, we can do a lot to help the animals, and this is, I think, the main way we could do something. And then after that, language may follow. But I think we cannot start from language because that wouldn't work. And I also have an example of this. This person I was friends with for short time at some point this year, and one day she said something extremely stupid that really stuck with me, and I think it's a good example. And we were talking about that. I actually talk about animals a lot, and so at some point we were talking about this, and she said, "No, killing an animal is not homicide because homicide literally means killing a man, right?" And so I mean, for a couple of, I didn't really know how to answer that because I think it's extremely stupid to find some sort of, because what she was doing is she was finding an ethical justification for killing animals by explaining the etymology of a word, which doesn't make any sense because, of course, the word was created, a very long time ago. And if we used words to explain our ways, we would be fucked as a society, right? And so, and I think because most people don't think a lot, let's face it. So I think if we started from language, and in that case, it would be me saying like, okay, but words are not blah, 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 words are this, maybe we should make up another words. It wouldn't work because it's a very long way and most people don't have the means to do this. And to just, I think it's the only way is the other way around. Like it's action, like it's acting, is like creating laws, maybe doing protests, speaking up. And so so that it creates like a shift in a real shift, like in laws in society. And that's when language, I think, will follow.
Even though I'd love to add something, and going back always to the separation between human and the landscape, humans created a gap even bigger by naming things around them, and therefore also building up the pyramid, the hierarchy, in which they, of course, occupy the highest spot. It made me think while you were talking on the fact that only up to recently I used to refer as my animals, like my cat or like my dog when I was little, as mine, first of all, and I was referring at myself as their owner. And you, when you're talking of your cat, you say, I am their human. And this is, maybe you do it, you don't think about it consciously because you are this person, you are already one with your animals, you are one with nature. And so for you it's normal to say, I am their human. But it's not given, it's not something that the majority of the people say. They say the owner of this dog, the owner of the cat, and by saying that, by stating that, they established a hierarchy. They go and support the original hierarchy that was at the very beginning of that separation. So I think, yeah, of course, I don't want to say that language can change the world, but definitely can help us getting closer to some political views. So by saying, I am the human to my animals, and they are, my partners rather than my come si dice, my coinquilini, no? Rather than
pets that they
Pets,
bond,
companion
the
pets.
companion pets. So language can shape the
Yeah,
reality.
no, you're also right, of course.
And you do this, and I think it's very coherent to your point of view. So probably people should start adopting also this kind of other ways of expression, so to feel.
I mean, I hope you're right, because that's as both a writer and a person, that's what I want to believe. I mean, I want to believe the words actually can do things, can have effects. And I can be cynical sometimes because these effects most of the time are like take a long time to show up, but that doesn't mean something happened maybe.
We witnessed the failure of identity politics. So of course we know the language on its own is not enough, but it is like a coincidence of tools that have to work together. And I think that, as you say, going to protests and signing
And
petitions.
if you think about it, what does it mean to be the owner of a cat or a dog? Because there's two.
You're objectifying them.
Yeah, because one effect is what you're saying, like it's a property, okay? But then on the other hand, that's something I think even more disturbing, which is that because you're the owner of that cat or dog, that cat or dog is actually protected from the law. I'll give you an example. Now in New Zealand, they have this program called Predator Free 2050, on which the government just signed cat up, which means that New Zealand will kill all feral cats by 2050. All of them, poisoning them. They are doing this already. They are poisoning cats every fucking day. And I don't know, I did this petition. It will be presented to the parliament, but honestly, I don't know if it will have any effect. But the point here is, I think what's interesting, and this is also about language, is that, so while I was I have this Instagram account, which is just about animal rights. And whenever I would post something about this, about me being against these cats being killed, people from New Zealand would comment that actually this was like the right decision to kill all the cats. And I thought that's so weird that like a whole nation was like brainwashed into thinking that it's okay to just kill cats, because I mean the reason is of course they're threatening the wildlife, but there are many ways to just neuter, trap the cats. There's so many ways, and actually just killing them wasn't proven effective. And so the point is, my point here is that when they try to explain themselves, they always say the same thing. They say, those cats are not the same as your cat in your house. They're not the same. Those are feral cats. They're completely different, which of course is not true. It's the same animal. It's the same fucking animal, but they've been brainwashed into thinking that if a cat has an owner, the cat becomes more human. If a cat, so that's the dark side. And so it's like, it kind of as if it like acquires a soul because they think they don't have soul. And so when a cat is just on its own, just a stray cat, then it's just something you can shoot.
If you think about it, it's a bit like women. When, maybe not nowadays, but when they are without a man.
I mean, that it's the same logic. It's the same logic.
It's the same logic, because there is a hierarchy and there is a...
That's a very interesting from an eco-feminist perspective. I would like to ask you something more about your future work. Is the world animals still present, or will you engage again with such themes like non-humanity, the instability of the identity?
I think this will always be in my works.
In your project?
Like even when I don't think about it, it's gonna be there, because I think it's a big part of, I don't know, I guess when I don't know, writing for me is not just about talking about the humans. I don't just want to. Of course, the humans are gonna read me, hopefully, but I don't want it to be like extremely anthropocentric. I mean, actually, not at all. Like, I want to talk about humans as like immersed in a web of things that are not just animals or nature, or just things and objects. I'm extremely interested in objects, for example. And I don't know if this could be seen as like a sort of animistic view or perspective, but the thing is, it's not just us,
Are there any more questions? Yes, Julia.
Yeah, sorry, I wanted to continue the line that you started, just a few thoughts, because what you said was, I haven't read Derrida in a while, but what you said was quite a late Derridian idea, that the language itself is a sort of instrument of violence, that even when I say Tao, I already impose my language. And I'm not saying that we should abandon language. It's impossible. We are in the language. It's like capitalism. We cannot go out of it without, even though we hate it. Sorry, that's another thing. But I think that if we think about language in this way, that it immediately imposes a sort of hierarchy, culture, information, you name it. The sole fact that we think about it in this way helps us to distance ourselves from it. And I think that this distance can be very flourishing. And I just wanted to say completely personally, I don't want to be this person, but okay, let's be this person for the first time. I completely agree with the fact of calling yourself an owner. And actually, I had the same problem a while ago. My dog got really sick, and I had to call the vets, many vets, all the time, and I couldn't say I am the owner. Because that seemed so like out of place for me, and I was always stepping, because I knew that there was this other person who was expecting this message from me, actually, but who are you? And I was like, I'm the and I was saying something like, I'm the caregiver, my dog's name is Enzo, and stuff like that.
So they now started to say guardian here in the UK.
Oh, guardian.
Guardian.
Yeah.
Guardian, yes.
It's a very nice word for that. But anyways, unfortunately, my dog got a stomach perforation, and we had to put him down. I don't know whether it's the right term. He had to had euthanasia, and I got struck by the vet, because we invited the vet to our house and we prepared all the death celebration, let's say, for him. And he said, that's the way that's the way that dogs are above us humans. And I was like, what do you mean? And he said that they were above because we could give them this joyous end to their lives, the celebration of the end of their lives. And now thinking about it, I even though I hate myself for being part of this decision and for being part of this death, I think that it actually, like this whole disruption of those cultural and biological, categories we are in, there is something that we celebrate as a punto, their being above us, this sort of new community in euthanasia. Sorry. Yeah.
No, I understand. I went through the same it's already 1 year. Yeah, my cat that I as Olga knows, I loved him immensely, like a son, and I had to decide to do euthanasia. In my case, it was horrible. It wasn't like, it didn't feel like he was above in that sense that you described, because unfortunately, that day was the last day of the renovation in my house, the renovation works. And the guy who was doing the work was a fucking idiotic psychopath. And so what happened is that I was in that horrible state, like one of the worst days of my life, if not the worst, and I had to share it with him, which I didn't. So it was like the opposite of a celebration. Like I had to be with like the person that I disliked the most. And he really, I won't believe it, actually. So I was there and I didn't want to talk to him precisely because I didn't want to share my pain with him. Because it was like really evil, not just stupid, but really evil. And so I went upstairs. And then when he was finished with the job, he didn't want to leave. And he stayed, like, I don't know why. He didn't want to leave. He kind of wanted to talk, or maybe he wanted to be paid immediately and didn't have the courage to say so. And so he was just standing there, and he said, okay, I'm going. And I said, okay, bye. And he repeated, I'm going. And I said, okay. And it was so like cringy and horrible. And at some point, because I had all this emotional tension in me, I started crying, and which I hated that I was doing in front of him. And so because I started crying, I had to explain what was going on. And I explained to him the situation. And what he said, you won't believe it. It's like, I think, the craziest thing I've ever heard in my whole life. He said, you are like Hitler. Yes.
Or the Hitler who
The euthanasia.
was more than Hitler.
Sorry?
There's this famous quote of Hitler, right?
No, I didn't know about the quote.
So I don't know whether it's a thing that people say that Hitler loved animals more than.
I know about that, but it was, I don't know if that's why he thought about that, but why he said it, because he's so stupid that he said, you're like Hitler, you decided to end a life like he did with all the Jews.
Okay.
You believe it? And I have to have this memory of this moron saying this thing after I had to go through the horrible decision of ending my cat's suffering. End of the story.
Are there any more curiosities, questions even from the audience? I remind you all that if you don't wish to show your face online, you can just write the question in chat and I can read it for you. Also here, I don't know if there are any more questions for Viola.
I have a question, and thank you so much for your talk. And I was just a bit curious about like a gender perspective, how this enters like your texts, because I listened before to the fact that there was a character without genitals, for instance. So do you like think about nature, like landscape in a like non-binary or like beyond gender perspective, or like do you actually give like a gendered?
Absolutely not gendered. I mean, it's like a transformative flow. So in this flow, I mean, it's the absolute freedom of being nothing or something or everything at the same time. And I mean, it's not about gender. It's not, or maybe being one gender and then being another. If you think of ancient mythologies, there's a lot of, like in Hindu mythology, there's a lot of deities who actually like were male and then they were transformed into female. And there was a lot of these things in old folk tales and mythologies. And then precisely because actually this notion of gender that now we take, I mean, now, of course, now it's not like, let's say in the 50s, for sure, but if we think of how it was like in the very, very, very beginning, when we didn't have all this, the social roles connected to the genders, and so everything was much more fluid, and we can actually see traces of it in all these tales. And of course, nature is not about gender. Animals don't give a fuck about gender. There are so many animals who just perform the roles that we identify with the other gender, like male animals that actually care about the eggs, or just animals that have same-sex relationships, or just they change sex. And of course, I mean, who cares? Because there's no norms, of course, in the animal world connected to who has to do something, right? So.
Anyone else? From the audience here online. Carolina, you can
Hi, sorry, can you hear me?
yeah.
I'm sorry, yeah. Okay, sorry, I'll just try to show myself. Does it make sense? Yeah, is that okay? No, it's okay. Okay, so sorry for barging in. So, thank you so much, by the way. This was very, oh my God, I can see myself.
I'm sorry. Let me just.
Oh, that's fine, okay. Thank you, though. So I'm very excited. Everything was amazing. I'm sorry I can't be there with you, but that's anyway. So I have a question. I'm a PhD student and I study young adult dystopias in relation to food studies. And of course, they're also related to body studies. And of course, Viola, the way in which you portray in a way bodies in your work I feel it's very visceral in a way, and also the way you write is very visceral. To me it's amazing. I do want to ask you, this is a curiosity of me, so you don't have to answer, but I'm very curious. I don't know, does your being vegan has any impact on how you see literary bodies, or your process of writing about bodies, or matter, corporeal matter, or anything? I don't know if it makes sense, but
No, it's the other way around. It's actually, I think it actually took me a while to become vegan. I think because I had a lot of things inside myself that I needed to confront about my past, and so on that, I think it's the other way. Like, it's veganism is a consequence of one of the consequences of I mean, what I feel and believe about, well, everything about life and about beings. And but I just love animals more than humans. This maybe feel say, but
thank you so much. That's perfect. Okay.
I'd say if there are no further questions, I think we might end up here. I'd say thank you again, everyone, for joining the symposium. It has been something. It has been very challenging, but eventually we're here. I thank again Viola and Olga for joining me in this discussion. Thank you, Viola, for accepting my invitation. I thank the Iconics Collective for chairing the panels again. I thank all the panelists for their amazing contributions and the John Coffin Memorial Trust Fund for helping us out with the event, and Kathy Collins and Godela Bay Sussex for helping me throughout the organization of the symposium. So we're gonna have this reception right now, and that's it. I would say thank you again, everyone. Another little thing. I'm proposing this edited volume for Rutledge. There is a specific collana, I really don't remember the name right now, but I will get in touch with you in a second moment, perhaps in July, or perhaps after the summer. Just I need some time, so that I can make up this proposal for Rutledge. I will keep you posted on this. I thank you all again for being here, and have a great day. Thank you very much.